Chapter 19. Question: how many times will Chun Zong refine his blood and chi? Also, I heard that those who vote and reward will become more handsome. After image. Whisking Willow. Eagle shot. 3 consecutive sword strikes. Chun Fenghua waved his saber to block, retreating continuously. The sword light seemed to be all-pervasive, too much for his eyes to take in. I admit defeat. Chun Fenghua's face was full of bitterness. Being your opponent is simply a nightmare. 6 times. This was already the 6th king of the chief-disciple battle. It was also the 6th time he had lost to Chun Zong's sword. Moreover, each time was faster than the last. Chun Zong's speed of improvement was something he could only look up to. Chun Fenghua's prideful heart was beaten black and blue. Soon, the last battle of the 6th king of the chief-disciple battle began. The chief-disciple of the swordsmanship group, Chun Zong, versus the chief-disciple of the fist group, Chun Guzhan. With a loud shout, Chun Guzhan's blood and chi surged. His skin turned red, and his strength increased by 300 jin, reaching a terrifying 1,100 jin. His fists were like giant rocks falling from the sky, bombarding Chun Zong continuously, sealing off the surroundings. It could be said that if it weren't for Chun Zong, Chun Fenghua and Chun Guzhan would have occupied the king of the chief-disciple battle. Unfortunately, Chun Zong's existence forced them to settle for 2nd place. This child's battle skills have improved a lot compared to before. Elder Xing nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this was Elder Li, one of the elders of the clan hall. He had heard many times that the king of the chief-disciple battle had been won by the same person, so he was very curious and specially came to watch the battle. This child is born with great strength and is most suitable for cultivating fist techniques that suppress strength. I can recommend him to Elder Wei. Yes. Elder Xing also nodded and looked at Chun Zong. This child is quite talented in swordsmanship, and with the guidance of that girl, Chu Yun, he is even more outstanding. This is our Chun clan's fortune. Elderly smiled, full of praise. On the stage, the sound of wind surged. It was caused by the continuous bombardment of Chun Guzhan's fists. The strong wind howled with astonishing power. Just the pressure alone was enough to suppress many martial disciples, causing them to be unable to resist. Chun Zong, on the other hand, did not seem to be affected at all. He waved his sword calmly. It looked chaotic, but in fact he was shattering one airflow after another and using the impact force of the airflow to stab forward. After image swordsmanship. Willow swordsmanship. Eagle strike. The 3 sword techniques that had reached the perfection stage were used alternately, changing unpredictably. Gradually, one could even see a trace of the eagle strike sword technique from the afterimage sword technique. He continuously weakened Chun Guzhan's attacks and disrupted his rhythm. Then he guided Chun Guzhan into the rhythm of his swordsmanship to suppress and defeat him. You won again. Chun Guzhan was furious. This was the 6th time he had lost to Chun Zong. Chun Yang's originally old-fashioned face became even more distressed. Chun Yuyao and Chun Yidao were already numb to it. Up until now, they had never been the first in the group. They had only gone through the 2nd round of tempering their blood and chi. As expected, Chun Zong won the king of the 1st seat for the 6th time. He was rewarded with 10 energy pills and a jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. Unfortunately, after tempering his blood and chi thrice, the energy pills were no longer of any use. They were just like food. When he cultivated the Tiger Roar incantation until he was hungry, he would eat one to replenish his body's energy. As for the Huyang bone-strengthening wine, its effect was getting weaker and weaker. Up until now, the 6th round of tempering his blood and chi was almost negligible. However, it was better than nothing. If I want to complete the 6th round of tempering my blood and chi, I'll need at least 2 months or even more than 3 months. Chun Zong thought to himself. Sometimes, when he thought about it, he just wanted to directly break through to the 4th level of the chi and blood realm. However, his rationality restrained him from acting rashly. Only by tempering his blood and chi to the limit could he forge the best foundation. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Inside the house, Chunzong finished the entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. Now that he had completed the 5th round of tempering his blood and qi, he could completely withstand the medicinal effects of the entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. Cultivating the tiger roar incantation caused his blood and qi to surge like a long river. Waves of ferocious tiger roars continuously sounded from within his body, seemingly echoing throughout the entire house. It was extremely frightening. After 10 rounds of tiger roar incantation, the medicinal effects of the entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine were completely absorbed. However, the tempering of his blood and qi did not improve by much. This made Chunzong feel rather helpless. Carrying his sword, he went to a corner of the training field to cultivate his sword techniques. He practiced after-image sword technique, willow sword technique, and eagle strike sword technique 10 times each, focusing on the 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of a true sword have long been at the peak of greater mastery. Now that I've comprehended quite a bit, perhaps I could try to break through. With the profoundness of the 8 forms of the true sword, once I break through to the realm of perfection, it will most likely be of great help to the tempering of my blood and qi. Thinking to himself, Chunzong sheathed his sword. After adjusting his breathing to a long and subtle state, he assumed the crouching sword stance. His mind was highly focused, forgetting everything around him except the sword in his hand. Unsheathing the sword, an obscure sound entered his ears. With the help of the sheath, the sword's speed reached its peak. It slashed forward like a waning moon sweeping across the sky. Drawing sword stance, his body moved back and forth like undulating waves with his footsteps. His sword was like a rushing torrent, dazzling the eyes and piercing the ears. Charging sword stance, the iron sword glowed with a dazzling light, circling in the air as if it was stirring up the heaven and earth. Ring sword stance, the circling sword had accumulated its power to its peak. It instantly stopped and then suddenly slashed forward. That sword was incomparably resplendent and tyrannical. It was as if even if there was a tall mountain in front of it, it would be split into 2. Chopping sword stance, borrowing the momentum of the sword slashing down, Chunzong did not pause at all. His wrist twisted quickly, and his body moved up and down. The iron sword danced like a butterfly, dazzling sword light flashing. It was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Chaotic sword stance, a beam of extremely condensed sword light, making it impossible for people to look directly at it, shuttled through the chaotic sword light. It was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. Rapid sword stance. Withdrawing his sword, his body was like a big bow that was drawn. His strength rose from his feet, passing through his waist to his right arm. Chunzong could clearly feel that his blood and qi poured into his right arm like a long river. His right arm seemed to have swelled up, and the unparalleled strength was like endless waves. Sword stance. The iron sword broke through the air as if it could break everything. The sword light was extremely dazzling, and the sword whistled like a demon's voice. Sparks flew, and a trace of burning smell spread out. Exploding sword stance. The momentum was like a tide flowing from far to near. His blood and qi flowed back in his body. His swollen right arm recovered, but there was a trace of weakness. The iron sword hanging down naturally had a trace of red light, which was caused by the heat generated by the friction with the air when the exploding sword stance was too powerful. It quickly faded away. This time, Chunzong practiced the 8 stances of the real sword to a new level. All kinds of essentials emerged, and Chunzong grasped a trace of comprehension of the perfect realm. Striking while the iron was hot, he practiced again. Over and over again, the accumulated potential of the past was unearthed. Every time Chunzong practiced, he could feel that his comprehension of the 8 stances of the real sword deepened. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 5th day, Chunzong practiced the 8 stances of the real sword again. The last movement was called the exploding sword stance. When the sword pierced out, the air was shattered. Under the dazzling sword light and the sword whistling like a demon's voice, an unparalleled sharpness broke out. It was a sharpness that could penetrate all hard things and tear all hard things apart. His blood and chi surged like a torrential waterfall. The tiger roar incantation was running on its own. His body trembled slightly, and the sound was like the roar of a fierce tiger. Chunzong was surprised at first, and then his face was full of joy. As expected, the 8 stances of the real sword had broken through, from the peak of the great completion to the perfect realm. His blood and chi were also affected and refined on its own. After 60 breaths, the surging blood and chi gradually calmed down. Chunzong felt it carefully and smiled. All right, the benefits brought about by this breakthrough are equivalent to half a month of hard work. The perfect realm of the 8 stances of the real sword could train every part of the body. In other words, it could train the entire body. For martial disciples below the peak of the 3rd level of the chi and blood realm, the cultivation effect was excellent. This made Chunzong even more curious about the mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows. What kind of treasure was that? It could teach him such a profound foundation establishment sword technique like the 8 stances of the real sword. Unfortunately, the mysterious sword tip did not respond at all, so Chunzong could only keep his questions to himself. When the 8 stances of the real sword reach the perfect realm, there will be an unstoppable sharpness. Chunzong swung his sword casually and displayed the 8 stances of the real sword. He felt that the iron sword in his hand could cut through iron like it was mud, and its power was astonishing. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his excited heart and regained his composure. He sheathed his sword and displayed the crouching sword stance again. Suddenly, traces of sharpness condensed on his body and gradually spread out. Chunzong did not immediately draw his sword. Instead, he carefully felt the changes in his body. The perfect realm of the 8 stances of the real sword was worlds apart from the peak of the real sword. After a while, Chunzong fully grasped the changes of the crouching sword stance. His body shook, and he displayed the drawing sword stance. The sword light was like a crescent moon. With an astonishing sharpness, it cut through the air and left a faint white scar. Soon, he finished practicing the 8 stances of the real sword. His blood and chi flowed endlessly. Without stopping, Chunzong displayed the crouching sword stance again and continued to practice until his arms were sore and exhausted. Awesome! Although his face was dripping with sweat, Chunzong enjoyed it and could not stop laughing. At this point, all of his foundation establishment martial arts had reached the perfect realm. The next step is to reach the transcendent realm. Chunzong secretly said to himself. That was an unattainable goal. Whether or not he could achieve it, he was not certain, but it was worth a try. After returning to his room to wash up and change into a clean set of clothes, Chunzong picked up his sword and headed to Chun Chuyun's courtyard. Reaching the perfect realm of the 8 stances of the real sword was something worth celebrating, but it was not something to be proud of. His daily training still had to continue. Now, the weights on his arms had reached 40 kilograms each, and the heavy metal balls he used to practice the steadiness formula had also reached 40 kilograms. His right arm could sustain it for 15 minutes, and his left arm could sustain it for 14 minutes. Compared to the beginning, this was a very obvious improvement. During every battle for the position of king of the chief disciple, Chunzong had never taken off his weights. This meant that he had never used his full strength. However, only he and Chun Chuyun knew this. In front of the wooden rack used to practice the quasi-formula, there was a new batch of round wooden balls on it. Each one was as smooth and round as jade beads. Chunzong approached with seemingly leisurely steps. He casually drew his sword and stabbed out. Sword light flashed in succession, and in the blink of an eye, 3 streaks of sword light pierced the 3 largest round wooden balls at almost the same time. The 3 wooden balls did not move at all. Chapter 20. The first guest to appear, a broader world slowly unfolds. Zhenwu calendar year 395, May 10th. Chunzong had been in the clan hall for 8 months. This was the 8th time he won the king of the first seat. Chun Zong, although I lost to you every time, my blood chi has been tempered 4 times. Tomorrow, I will become a martial artist earlier than you. Although Chun Zong lost, he was not discouraged because he was already used to it. Congratulations. Chun Zong smiled and said, but you have to work harder. Otherwise, when I become a martial artist, I might surpass you. You won't have the chance. Chun Zong clenched his fist, full of confidence. In the beginning, his blood chi tempering was very slow. However, after the first tempering, the second and third tempering were significantly faster. Now, after 8 months, he had completed the 4th tempering. He surpassed Chun Fenghua and other people who came in contact with the Tiger Roar art earlier. He was considered talented. However, he did not know that Chun Zong was already tempering his blood chi for the 6th time and was not far away from completing it. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. A jug of Huyang bone, strengthening wine, had increased Chun Zong's blood chi tempering speed. Within a month, I will definitely complete the 6th tempering. Chun Zong was very certain. Zhenwu calendar year 395, May 13th. In Chun Chuyun's courtyard. Chun Zong, from tomorrow onwards, you don't have to come. Chun Chuyun's eyes fell on Chun Zong's face. His tone was calm like water. Chun Zong was puzzled. From tomorrow onwards, I will leave the clan hall and head to the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Chun Chuyun could see the doubt in Chun Zong's eyes and explained, yesterday, I participated in the Wind Martial Cities Battle of Heroes and won the top 100. I was accepted by the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Chun Zong immediately understood, but he had more doubts. What was the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy? What was the Battle of Heroes in Wind Martial City? Do you know how big the Eastern Continent is? Chun Chuyun asked in a leisurely tone. Without waiting for Chun Zong to reply, he continued, I don't know how big the Eastern Continent is. As far as I know, there are many martial cities on the Eastern Continent, and Martial Wind City is just one of them. Our Wind Martial City is close to the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning martial cities respectively, forming a region known as the 7 Luminaries Lands. The 7 Luminaries Martial Academy is the largest power and is dedicated to nurturing elite martial artists. Instructor, if you want to enter the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy, do you need to participate in the Martial Wind Cities Battle of Heroes and enter the top 100? Chun Zong asked with burning eyes, and his voice was like an unsheathed sword that emitted a shocking sharpness. There are conditions. You can't be older than 18 years old. If your cultivation base has reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, you'll be admitted without the need for a competition. If your cultivation base is below the 7th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, you'll be able to enter the top 100 in the Battle of Heroes. Chun Chuyun said simply, now that you've gone through the 6th round of Blood Qi tempering, even if you can't break through to Qi and Blood Qi Stage 7, you can at least reach Qi and Blood Qi Stage 6 by the age of 18. With your strength, you'll be able to enter the top 100 in the Battle of Heroes. Instructor, I'll go to the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy as soon as possible. Chun Zong's tone was firm. Okay, I'll wait for you at the Martial Academy. Chun Chuyun smiled like a blooming snow lotus, beautiful beyond compare. Also, from today onwards, you don't have to call me instructor. You can call me by my name or cousin. Then I'll call you Sister Yin. Chun Zong also smiled. Chun Zong, you must remember that our Chun clan is not the only clan in the Martial Wind City. Chun Chuyun said seriously, in the Martial Wind City, there are 3 aristocratic clans and 5 major clans. Our Chun clan is only one of the 5 major clans. In addition, there are many smaller clans and forces. From what I know, this year, the 3 aristocratic clans and the other 4 major clans have produced a few geniuses. Some of them are not inferior to you, and there are 2 or 3 who are even stronger than you. Who are they? Not only did Chun Zong not feel afraid, but a trace of excitement emerged in his heart. Currently, he was invincible among the martial disciples in the Chun clan hall. The three aristocratic clans are Tang Junluo from the Tang clan, Li Jinshe from the Li clan, and Zhao Wancheng from the Zhao clan. From what I know, these three people are younger than you by 1 year, but they have already refined their blood qi 6 times and are attempting to refine their blood qi for the 7th time. Although I don't know if they will succeed, they might become your big rivals. Chen Chuyin said. If these words were heard by others, they would probably be ridiculed. Who were these three people? These three people were the disciples of the three aristocratic clans. They had prominent positions, outstanding talents, and tyrannical strength. Who was Chen Zong? He was just a kid from a branch family. The comparison between the two parties was like a dragon and a snake. However, no matter if it was Chen Chuyun or Chen Zong, they would not think that they were inferior to others. Being born with a noble background was nothing, and falling behind for a while was nothing. The one who chased after them and had the last laugh was the king. Cultivate well. Don't be greedy and advance prematurely. I will wait for you at the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. Chen Chuyun smiled and took out a silk booklet from his arms and handed it to Chen Zong. I obtained this book by chance. I'm giving it to you now. I hope it will inspire you in your sword practice. Chen Zong took it. The thin black silk booklet still had her body temperature and a trace of a young girl's fragrance. The cover of the book was black, and there were 3 silver words on it. Small sword scripture. These 3 words were dazzling and eye-catching. It made Chen Zong have a feeling that it was hard to look at it directly. It was as if the sharpness was restrained within, but also as if a sharp sword was unsheathed. Okay, go back and read the small sword scripture in detail. Let's start today's training. Chen Chuyin said. Yes. Chen Zong kept the small sword scripture in his arms. Soon, the day's training ended. Chen Zong bid farewell to Chen Chuyun, somewhat reluctant to part. After a few months of interaction, almost daily contact, and wholeheartedly teaching, the two were as close as siblings. Now that they were going to separate, it would be difficult for them to see each other for at least a few years. It was inevitable that they were reluctant to part. However, both of them were resolute people and didn't dawdle. They both knew that today's separation was for a better reunion in the future. After returning to the room and washing up, Chen Zong sat comfortably on the bed and picked up the silk booklet that Chen Chuyun gave him. Small sword scripture. The 3 silver words were still dazzling and eye-catching. As if his heart was on a pilgrimage, Chen Zong slowly and gently flipped open the cover. His gaze fell on the top of the page. The 3 vigorous and powerful words jumped into his eyes. Preface to the sword. His gaze moved down and flickered. Sword, the edge of the blade. Holding the sword, not for decoration, only to protect oneself and kill the enemy. Sword practice is not eating or drinking. It can't be so casual, not strolling and chatting. It can't be so idle. With the sword in hand, one must be sincere. Between bends and straight, one must be fearless and cut through all obstacles. Drawing the sword decisively. Drawing the sword without hesitation. The sharp and forceful words formed one concise and powerful sentence after another, which made Chen Zong's heart beat wildly. His left hand unconsciously touched the iron sword beside him, and he had an impulse to draw it out of the sheath. Looking at those words, Chen Zong seemed to see a peerless swordsman carving words with his sword. After reading the preface to the sword, the second chapter was called Basic Swordsmanship. It was also the 18 basic moves taught by Chen Chuyun. After several months of practice, Chen Zong had already practiced the 18 basic moves to the point where he could use the sword according to his heart's desire. But after reading it carefully, he still had some insights. The third chapter was called 4 Secrets of Swordsmanship. There are 4 secrets of swordsmanship: fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. Fast is the only way to catch the enemy off guard and catch him off guard, making it impossible to guard against. Accurate is the only way to hit the target 100 times and never deviate. Steady is the only way to not miss and to handle it with ease. Ruthless is the only way to kill the enemy and cut through the thorns. Reading it again, Chen Zong found that it was more intuitive than Chen Chuyun's verbal instruction. But at present, Chen Zong had only practiced the 3-word secrets. He hadn't really practiced the ruthless secrets yet. Reading it carefully, there were also explanations and training methods of the forward secrets. Turning to the last chapter, there was a signature at the bottom right corner, Xian Bingzi. Xian Bingzi? Who is this? No matter who it is, he must be a master of swordsmanship to be able to write such a small sword manual. Chen Zong's heart was filled with admiration. The next day, Chen Zong still went to Chen Qian's courtyard, but the gate was closed. After standing in front of the gate for a long time, Chen Zong turned around and left. He secretly decided that one day he would live in this courtyard. May 20th, year 395 of the Jinwu calendar. In a corner of the martial arts field. Chen Zong, take the blade. The blade light flashed and turned into a continuous momentum, like a waterfall rushing toward Chen Zong. It was faster, more urgent, and fiercer. Chen Zong drew his sword and performed 3 sword techniques at the perfect level in an instant. Under the continuous changes, he couldn't break Chen Fenghua's blade light. Instead, he was forced to retreat a few steps. Chen Fenghua kept attacking. The perfect level of the chain blade technique was endless, like the surging waves of the sea, wave after wave. Chen Zong kept swinging his sword, but he could only keep retreating. After forcing Chen Zong to retreat 10 steps, Chen Fenghua withdrew his blade and sheathed it. Ha ha! Chen Zong, I finally defeated you. Chen Fenghua's face was full of smiles. It was hard to see his usual calmness. Congratulations. Chen Zong didn't feel depressed at all. Instead, he smiled. From the moment Chen Fenghua attacked, he could see that his opponent had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, becoming a martial artist. That was the only way Chen Fenghua could exert the force of 1,000 pounds and increase the power of the chain blade technique. Chen Zong, cultivate hard and try to break through as soon as possible. Chen Fenghua patted Chen Zong's shoulder and said proudly. He couldn't help it. He was full of confidence at that time, but he was defeated by Chen Zong 8 times in a row. It was a big blow. Now that he became a martial artist before Chen Zong, he couldn't express the bitterness in his heart. May 25th, year 395 of the Jinwu calendar. Chen Yong, who always had a straight face, and Chen Ying, who had a sharp gaze, arrived. Congratulations. Chen Zong was the first to speak. From their complexion and aura, Chen Zong determined that they had both broken through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm and became martial artists. Chen Zong, I'm 1 step ahead of you, Chen Ying said with a snort. I finally beat you once, Chen Yong said with a smile. Then they left. Chen Zong couldn't help but be speechless. How badly did he beat these 4 people that they came to him to show off as soon as they broke through? You all broke through after tempering your blood Qi 4 times. Although I'm 1 step behind, I can still temper my blood Qi 6 times. When that time comes, I'll still be able to beat you. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile when he thought of the scene where he defeated the 4 of them again in the future. Chapter 21. Geniuses from other families are meant to be defeated. In the room, Chen Zong finished practicing the Tiger Roar formula. He quickly took out an energy pill and threw it into his mouth. The 6th time, I'm almost done. After adjusting his breath, he took out the small sword scripture and started reading from the first page. He found that although there was not much content in the small sword scripture, every time he read it carefully, he would always gain new insights. It was a wonderful feeling. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Is Chen Zong here? A faint voice sounding a little anxious. Putting down the small sword scripture, Chen Zong quickly opened the door. A person was standing at the door. It was Chen Yidao. Yidao, what's the matter? Chen Zong asked calmly. It's urgent. I came quickly. Chen Yidao panted and said quickly, a martial disciple from other families came to challenge us. No one is a match for him. Moreover, he challenged you by name. Oh, who is it? Chen Zong's eyes lit up. Ever since Chen Fenghua, Chen Guzhan, and the other 3 had all broken through to become martial artists, Chen Zong had felt a little lonely. No matter what, the 4 of them had once been able to exchange blows with him. If it were other martial disciples from the clan hall, they wouldn't even be able to block one of his attacks. Tang Junluo from the Tang family, Chen Yidao said quickly. He didn't know this person and didn't know how strong he was. Tang Junluo. Chen Zong's eyes were as sharp as swords. This name was told to him by Sister Yin. He was one of the people he needed to pay attention to. Chen Zong was looking forward to meeting him, but he didn't expect to meet him now. Let's go. Chen Zong walked faster than Chen Yidao. On the training field, almost all the martial disciples from the clan hall were there, including Elder Xing. There were also two strangers, one old and one young. Chen Zong hasn't come yet. The young man was wearing a purple martial suit with a golden dragon embroidered on it. He looked mysterious and noble. I've already called him. You'll know what a master is by then, Chen Baiqi said angrily. I'll look forward to it. The young man, Tang Junluo, had his hands behind his back. He had the posture of king. His tone was indifferent, as if he was high and mighty. The martial disciples of the Chun clan were furious, but there was nothing they could do. It had been proven that none of them could withstand a single attack from Tang Junluo, and Tang Junluo hadn't even used his weapon. Now, they could only place all their hopes on Chen Zong. But why hasn't Chen Zong arrived yet? He's too slow. I'm so anxious. Elder Tang Jigu. The Tang family has produced an amazing junior. Elder Xing said with a smile. He was quite elegant. Competitions between the younger generation of the clan would happen from time to time. A temporary victory or defeat was nothing. Not at all. Not at all. Jun Luo has only tempered his blood qi 7 times. Elder Tang Jigu pretended to be modest, but he emphasized the word 7 times. His face was full of pride, and it made people want to punch his old face. Elder Xing was shocked. 7 times. Since the establishment of the Chun clan hall, no one had ever achieved this. He couldn't help but sigh. The 3 big clans were indeed different. The 5 big clans couldn't be compared to them. Now that you're challenging the martial disciples of the various clans, could it be that you're accumulating momentum and attempting the 8th time? Elder Xing probed. That's right. Tang Junluo answered himself. His tone was calm, but one could still hear the pride in it. To temper one's blood qi 8 times was a level that no one in the entire history of the martial Wind City had ever achieved. The conversation between Elder Xing and Elder Tang Jigu was not concealed. Chen Zong, who had just arrived, happened to hear it. In an instant, a powerful gaze was directed at Chen Zong, like the gaze of a king. It brought a trace of inexplicable pressure to Chen Zong, making him involuntarily feel excited. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong's gaze immediately locked onto the other party. With just a glance, he knew that it was the genius of the Tang family, Tang Junluo. Their gazes were like lightning. In an instant, it was as if countless sparks were bursting out. Everyone seemed to smell the burning smell in the air. Chen Zong, come here. Elder Xing waved his hand. Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and walked over. He is the Tang family's Tang Junluo. Now, he has already tempered his blood qi 7 times. Moreover, Tang Junluo's innate strength is beyond the norm. When he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the qi and blood realm, he had the strength of 700 jin with a single arm. Elder Xing said in a low voice, Our Chen family tempered our blood qi with the tiger roar technique. The Tang family tempered their blood qi with the hidden dragon technique, which means that the dragon hides in the abyss and soars to the sky with 1 leap. 700 jin, 7 times. Chen Zong was shocked. A trace of battle intent emerged from the depths of his heart. The hidden dragon technique cultivation is the most important. It emphasizes that one is the king and tens of thousands of people retreat. The stronger the aura, the better the cultivation results. It can even allow one to break through one's own limits. Elder Xing's voice could only be heard by himself and Chen Zong. Tang Junluo has already defeated the martial disciple geniuses of the Leaf family, the Zhao family, and the other 4 families. He only needs to defeat you and the other geniuses of the martial Wind City. Then, he will accumulate enough aura to break through the 8th time and create a new record in the martial Wind City. So he wants to use me as a stepping stone. Then I will let him know that I am not a stone. I am a mountain that cannot be crossed. Shenzong's tone was firm and sharp. Good. Elder Xing couldn't help but cheer. Although he didn't think that Shenzong could defeat Tang Junluo, and the possibility of him being defeated was very high, he admired Shenzong's aura. To practice martial arts, one must be so fearless. To practice the sword, one must be so sharp. So you are Shenzong. Take my fist first. Tang Junluo took a step forward. His body was like a swimming dragon as he punched out. The fist energy whistled like a giant python coming out of its hole. It was the horned python fist art of the Tang family. Take my fist as well. Shenzong didn't draw his sword. He also punched out. His body turned into a roaring tiger, shattering the air. Neither of them used their blood chi. Moreover, both the horned python fist art and the tiger strength fist art had reached perfection. The crowd felt as if they were watching a giant python and a fierce tiger fighting. With a bang, the air was shattered. The air was turbulent, and the dust was blown into the air. Tang Junluo's body shook slightly, while Shenzong took a small step back. In terms of the strength of one arm, Tang Junluo was 200 pounds stronger than Shenzong. In terms of the realm of martial arts, they were equal. Shenzong should have been knocked back directly. However, Shenzong's left arm had an iron plate weighing 25 pounds. Although it increased the burden on him, it also made his fist stronger. Therefore, he only took a small step back. With your standard strength, you can block my fist and only take a small step back. Very good. Tang Junluo spoke like a senior master. However, you're not as good as me. I practice the sword, and you practice the spear. We haven't fought yet. How can we be inferior? Shenzong retorted calmly. He unsheathed his iron sword and pointed it at Tang Junluo. His blood chi flowed faster because of his excitement. I will make you admit your defeat. Tang Junluo reached for the weapon on his back. It was a two-part spear. When buckled, it became a 7-meter-long spear. The body of the spear was golden and engraved with dragon patterns. It was obviously an excellent weapon. In terms of quality, it was much better than Shenzong's iron sword. With the golden dragon-patterned spear in hand, Tang Junluo's momentum suddenly changed. He was like a general who had killed countless enemies. My spear art is called the Hidden Dragon. Tang Junluo's voice seemed to carry a kind of inexplicable power, which brought pressure to the crowd. He twisted his body and made a gesture of retracting the spear, like a dragon hiding in the abyss, ready to soar into the sky. Please. Shenzong made the starting gesture of the residual shadow sword art. A sense of perfection spread out. Then, Tang Junluo bounced up. The cold light bloomed in front of his eyes. The spear was like a dragon. Shenzong's body shook. The iron sword pierced through the air, and the sword shadows crisscrossed. Everyone widened their eyes, trying to see clearly. But the two were too fast. They could only see the blurry spear and sword shadows colliding again and again. With the spear in his hand, the hidden dragon spear art was suitable for both long-range and short-range attacks. The tip of the spear and the body of the spear could be used to fight the enemy. The three gates of perfection were used alternately. You have me in you, and I have you in me. The power was immeasurable. He has practiced all three foundation establishment sword arts to the perfection realm. Elder Tang Jigu was surprised. As a genius martial disciple of the Tang family, Tang Junluo had only practiced the horned python fist art and the hidden dragon spear art to the perfection realm. But this martial disciple of the Chun family had mastered 3. No, including the fist art just now was 4. What amazing comprehension! Elder Tang Jigu was amazed again. That's right. Although this child's physique and talent are average, his perception is still not bad. Elder Xing chuckled. No matter how good his comprehension is, he is no match for Junluo. Elder Tang Jigu snorted. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Elder Xing would not admit defeat before the outcome was decided. The hidden dragon spear art could train 70% of the body. Its power was naturally stronger than the eagle strike sword art. Shenzong used the 3 sword arts to the extreme to resist Tang Junluo's spear attack. This was also thanks to Chen Zong's continuous practice of the 18 fundamental moves and the fast, accurate, and steady formula. It made Chen Zong's reaction faster and more flexible. His sword was faster, more accurate, and more stable. Fight, fight, fight! The spear's shadows swept in all directions like a hidden dragon out of the abyss, flying straight into the sea of clouds. The sword light pierced through the air. The sword shadows overlapped and swayed like a willow. Suddenly, they turned into eagles and flew down. Gradually, Chen Zong had a new understanding of the three sword arts. As he waved his sword, the differences between the three sword arts seemed to disappear gradually. The sword follows the heart, and the mind is connected. This boy has a high talent in swordsmanship. Tang Jigu was surprised again and a little jealous. Why was such a genius not in the Tang family? Although he still thought that Chen Zong was not as good as Tang Junluo, with his talent in swordsmanship, he was bound to become a master of swordsmanship. It was very important for any family. Tang Junluo was shocked. He thought that with his strength, he could defeat his opponent without using blood qi. He did not expect that it would be a tie. Gradually, his opponent's swordsmanship seemed to be getting better and better, and there was a tendency to suppress him. Coiling dragon style. With a low shout, he held the spear with both hands and spun it around to block Chen Zong's iron sword. Then he used his blood qi, and his skin turned red like a cooked prawn. Chapter 22. Today's first update is here. Continue to climb the rankings. Blood qi shift. Block. Retreat. Sheathing the sword. Crouching sword style. Traces of sharp aura spread out and locked onto Tang Junluo, causing his expression to turn serious. Activating the art of the hidden dragon to its limit, his blood qi surged like a flood dragon, emitting a great pressure. The dragon pattern on the golden spear in his hand seemed to be affected, spreading a trace of blood. The hidden dragon spear art and the art of the hidden dragon were of the same origin. Activating the art of the hidden dragon spear art with the art of the hidden dragon would increase the power of the hidden dragon spear art. 1,400 gene of strength. The power of the hidden dragon spear art increased by the art of the hidden dragon. Tang Junluo's current strength was absolutely terrifying, but Chen Zong was not inferior either. Activating the tiger roar art to its limit, his blood qi surged, as if a ferocious tiger was constantly roaring, emitting the aura of a king of beasts. 1,000 gene of strength. The 8 forms of the true sword that was even more powerful than the hidden dragon spear art. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined in a battle. What kind of sword art is this? Elder Tang Jigu's pupils contracted. From Chen Zong's starting stance, he felt a kind of sharpness. It was a kind of sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through all things. Elder Xing smiled, but his heart was also shocked. He had seen Chen Zong use this sword art before, which was during the first king of the chief disciple competition. After that, he had not used it again. He did not expect it to appear again today, and it was already at the perfect realm. Just the aura alone was many times stronger than the Eagle Strike sword art. Maybe he won't be defeated. Elder Xing thought to himself. As long as Chen Zong could not be defeated by Tang Junluo's spear, that would be his greatest hope. Waving his spear, Tang Junluo once again used the hidden dragon spear art's starting stance, hidden dragon style. The starting stance of a martial art was very important. Not only could it be used as a foundation, but it could also hide one's own weaknesses to the extreme, waiting for an opportunity to find the opponent's weakness. The moment of attack was the fastest time. The air seemed to freeze, the invisible pressure, causing the martial disciples to feel suffocated. The sound of saliva swallowing became very clear, and traces of sweat seeped out of their foreheads. Tang Junluo's eyes collided with Chen Zong's, and it was as if lightning was shooting out. The hidden dragon spear art had locked onto Chen Zong with its tyrannical momentum, which was like a hidden dragon soaring into the sky from the abyss. As long as Chen Zong showed the slightest flaw, he would immediately be bombarded like a storm. The peerless sharpness of the 8 forms of the real sword was also locked onto Tang Junluo. He had no doubt that as long as he showed the slightest flaw, he would be greeted with a sword light that could split mountains. Their gazes intersected, their auras collided, and their blood and chi were constantly transported, like a great river surging endlessly. After a long time, the burden on the two was not small. Sweat seeped out from their foreheads and slid down their cheeks. His aura had been raised to the maximum, and he had no choice but to unleash it. The spear struck out like a dragon, unparalleled real sword, soaring dragon style. The blood-red dragon pattern on the golden spear seemed to come alive. It turned into a golden and red dragon, rushing out of the abyss. It danced as if it could shatter the sky and hit Qinzong with unparalleled power. Crouching sword style, the iron sword was unsheathed. The sound of friction was like the collision of divine iron from outer space, as if there were sparks sputtering out. The sword light was like a crescent moon, cutting through the air. It was so sharp that it could cut through everything. It was aimed at Tang Junluo. Once it was launched, it was unstoppable. Swimming dragon style, coiling dragon style, flying dragon style, rising dragon style, rushing sword style, ring sword style, chopping sword style, chaotic sword style. With the strength of 1,400 kilograms, each of Tang Junluo's spear attacks was extremely powerful, bringing with them an astonishing whistling sound. It was like an earth-shattering wave or a giant cannon that could shatter the sky. In terms of strength, Qinzong was not as good as Tang Junluo, but the 8 forms of the real sword were more powerful than the hidden dragon spear art. Especially the cultivation of the 3 key points of speed, accuracy, and stability made Qinzong's sword more powerful. For a moment, the spear shadow was dancing and the sword light was circling. It was too dazzling for the eyes to take in. Time and time again, the collision was so shocking that it was almost deafening. The spear was in a straight line, and the sword was light. But Tang Junluo's spear was full of dominance, as if a king was commanding the world. Qinzong's sword, on the other hand, was incomparably sharp and could cut through everything. Hidden dragon style, real sword. Who could be stronger? Take my last spear attack. Azure dragon style. With a low shout, Tang Junluo's aura broke through the limit and reached a new height. Holding the spear with both hands, his whole body seemed to have become one with the golden spear. He was like an azure dragon falling from the sky, tearing the clouds and tearing the sky, as if he wanted to shatter the earth. Exploding sword style. His voice was like a tiger's roar, but also like the sound of metal clashing. It rolled out from the depths of his throat like a muffled thunder falling from the sky. His feet exerted force, leaving 2 footprints on the hard ground. His strength surged up, mixed with his blood and chi, and went straight to his right arm. His right arm instantly swelled up, with blue veins protruding. Qinzong didn't hold back at all as he stabbed out with his sword. Not only was his sword sharp, it was also filled with an unparalleled aura. Countless sparks splashed out. The sword body turned red, and a burnt smell filled the air. Collision. Except for Elder Xing and Elder Tang Jigu, the others only felt their heads shake. The incomparably sharp sound pierced into their ears like needles, causing them to have a headache. Then they couldn't hear anything. They had to close their eyes, otherwise that dazzling light would blind them. The terrible impact made the ground look as if it had been cut by a knife, directly cutting a hole. The spear fell out of their hands, and the iron sword broke. Tang Junluo and Qinzong both staggered back 5 steps. Tang Junluo's hands were trembling, and his 5 fingers were curled up as if he couldn't straighten them. Qinzong's right hand was split open, and blood flowed out, dyeing the remaining hilt red. With a crisp sound, the golden spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The body of the spear was still shaking, and the iron sword fragments fell like rain, scattering all over the place. Who won and who lost? Aha, not bad, not bad. The Qin family has indeed produced a great genius. This battle is a draw. Elder Tang Jigu was surprised and quickly said with a smile, "It's a draw." Elder Xing nodded as a smile blossomed on his old face. He had originally hoped that Chun Zong would be able to withstand Tang Junluo's spear and not be defeated. There would be some difference between a draw and a draw, but now that it was a draw, it was beyond his expectations. In fact, he could completely see that Chun Zong's disadvantage was in the sword. Tang Junluo's spear was a treasured iron weapon, while Chun Zong's iron sword was a common iron weapon. The difference was obvious. If Chun Zong's sword was a treasured iron weapon, Tang Junluo might have lost this battle. But in a battle, there was no such thing as fairness. Background, resources, talent, strength, as long as one embarked on the path of martial arts, it was inevitable. If one was lacking, one could only strive for it. Chun Zong, I will remember your name, Tang Junluo said with his hands behind his back, and a smile appeared on his face. After becoming a martial artist, I will fight with you again. By then, I hope you can change to a better sword. Tang Junluo and Elder Tang Jigu took the golden spear and left. When the martial disciples of the Chun family came to their senses, they were all very excited. Chun Yidao and Chun Yuyao looked at Chun Zong's figure, which was not tall and strong, and found that unconsciously they could only look up to him. When did this kind of change begin? Unconsciously, they felt a trace of pride in their hearts. Chun Zong came from the branch family in Little Lake Town with them. Chun Zong, very good. Elder Xing walked over and did not hide his admiration. How many times have you refined your blood qi? 5 times. Chun Zong did not hide it. Have you reached your limit? Elder Xing asked in surprise. Not yet. Chun Zong also answered truthfully. That means you can refine your blood qi at least 6 times. Elder Xing was even more surprised. Refining the blood qi 6 times was the highest record in the Chun family. Chun Zong showed amazing talent in swordsmanship, and now his blood qi cultivation talent was also very outstanding, which surprised Elder Xing. Good. Tang Junluo defeated the genius martial disciples of the 2 aristocratic families and the other 4 families, but he was only blocked by you. Chun Zong, in view of the prestige of the Chun family, you should be rewarded. Elder Xing's tone was a little excited. Go to the weapons room and get a refined iron sword. Later, I will ask someone to send you a piece of Huyang strengthening bone ointment and 100 energy pills. Thank you very much, Elder. Chun Zong smiled sincerely. You deserve it. Elder Xing was very satisfied. A refined iron sword. The martial disciples were envious, especially those in the swordsmanship group. Weapons could be divided into 3 levels: common iron, refined iron, and precious iron. Most of the martial disciples in the family could only use common iron weapons. Only after becoming a martial disciple could they be given refined iron weapons. As for precious iron weapons, it was very difficult. Only very important people were qualified to receive them. In terms of value, a common iron sword was about 20 to 30 jade coins, but a refined iron sword was at least 10 times more valuable. As for precious iron, its value was 10 times more valuable. In addition, the reward of a piece of Huyang strengthening bone ointment also made the martial disciples jealous. According to the size, a piece of Huyang strengthening bone ointment could be used to brew at least 10 jars of Huyang strengthening bone wine. It had a very obvious effect on refining the blood qi. As for energy pills, although the effect was not as good, 100 of them were still a lot. Chun Zong, I saw that the foundation building sword technique you used at the end was very mysterious. What is its name? Elder Xing asked again. 8 forms of true sword. Chun Zong pondered for a moment and answered. Are you willing to give this sword technique to the clan hall? Elder Xing's tone was burning, and his eyes were full of expectation. Don't worry, as long as you are willing, I can make the decision to give you an even higher reward. You can choose any precious iron sword and 10 pieces of Huyang strengthening bone ointment. The surrounding martial disciples were all breathing rapidly, especially those in the sword technique group, who were about to faint. Chun Zong was startled and shocked. He was very tempted. To a sword practitioner, the attraction of a good sword was incomparable. It was not only a hobby, but it was also like an antique collector who obtained a rare antique. It could also bring an obvious increase in one's strength. It could be said that in the previous battle, if he had a precious iron sword in his hand, he would have defeated Tang Junluo. As for the 10 pieces of Huyang strengthening bone ointment, the attraction was also not small. Elder, this sword technique was taught by a senior. Without his consent, I can't decide on my own. Shenzong thought and finally said. The 8 forms of true sword was taught by the mysterious sword tip. It was very mysterious. It was fine if he practiced it himself, but before he figured it out, he did not dare to spread it. Chapter 23. Above perfection is minute subtlety. Am I finally reaching it? The body of the sword was bright and had feather-like patterns. Fine wavy patterns could be seen on the edge of the sword, making it look even sharper. The body of the sword was 63 centimeters long, with the widest 3. 2 centimeters, the narrowest 2. 5 centimeters, the thickest 1 centimeter, and the thinnest 1 centimeter. The hilt was 20 centimeters long and looked like a bamboo joint. It was made of dark red wood and had a frosted surface with a slight sour fragrance. The head of the sword was bronze like a tiger's head and weighed 18 pounds after removing the scabbard. Holding the sword in his left hand, the body of the sword reflected his sharp eyes and flowed like water. With a slight shake of his wrist, the sword shone dazzlingly. He waved his hand and drew out many sword flowers. This was the refined iron sword that Chunzong had just received. Judging from its appearance, it was indeed better than the ordinary iron sword from before. It was indeed a good sword. The web between the thumb and index finger of his right hand was cracked, so it was not suitable for him to practice the sword. Fortunately, he had been training his left hand, so it was not much worse than his right hand. After drawing a few sword flowers nimbly, Chunzong put the sword back into the scabbard. The scabbard of the refined iron sword was made of dark red wood and decorated with bronze. It looked even more extraordinary. Putting down the sword, Chunzong took out the Huyang bone-strengthening ointment. It was about the size of an egg and was brown in color. It emitted a strong, fishy smell. According to the person who delivered the Huyang bone-strengthening ointment, such a big piece could be used to brew 20 jugs of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. He cut off 1/10 of it and threw it into his mouth. As if it had exploded on the tip of his tongue, his mouth was filled with numbness. The numbness quickly subsided and turned into a rich fragrance. The taste was very unique. His body quickly heated up and his blood flowed faster. Chunzong quickly practiced the tiger roar incantation. 1/10 of it was almost equivalent to drinking 2 jugs of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. The effect was quite obvious. After a while, Chunzong immediately felt his whole body tremble. A numb feeling spread throughout his body as if an electric current had passed through him. It was indescribably comfortable, and a smile spread across his face. Finally, I've completed the 6th round of tempering, but I can feel that this is not my limit. Chunzong said with both joy and distress. This was not the limit, which meant that he could continue to refine and complete the 7th time. This was something that was worth being happy about, but refining the 6th time had already taken him a lot of time. The 7th time would definitely be more difficult, and it might even exceed the 1-year standard. The remaining Huyang bone-strengthening ointment can indeed shorten my tempering time, but it won't be by much. Chunzong pondered. I have to find a way to speed up my cultivation. He believed that even if his cultivation had not broken through to the 4th level of the Qi in Blood Realm after a year, he would not be expelled. However, this was not a good thing. One had to take the initiative to fight for opportunities. 9 days later, all of the Huyang bone-strengthening ointment had been consumed by Chunzong. As a result, his blood and Qi had been tempered a little. However, there was still a long way to go before he could complete the 7th round of ointment. Chunzong estimated that he would need at least 3 months or more. He could not help but think of Tang Junluo. As the young master of the Tang family, he was born with a superior status. Even if he was a pig, he could still enjoy treatment that others did not have. Moreover, he was a rare genius who was valued even more. Chunzong was different. He was only a disciple from a branch family. The difference in their backgrounds was obvious. After all, no matter how powerful a family was, its resources were limited. After 9 days, the injury between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand had healed. He could start practicing swordsmanship again. During these 9 days, he only practiced with his left hand. Chunzong's left-handed swordsmanship was infinitely close to that of his right-hand swordsmanship. I can choose to practice other foundation establishment martial arts and easily cultivate them to the realm of great accomplishment. However, that kind of improvement has no advantage compared to directly cultivating the Tiger Roar formula unless I can cultivate it to the realm of perfection. However, to cultivate a foundation establishment martial art to the realm of perfection is too slow without a few months of hard work. Chunzong pondered. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would be extremely jealous. It would only take a few months to cultivate a foundation establishment martial art to the realm of perfection. That was the realm that many people dreamed of. Maybe I can try to cultivate the residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, and eagle strike swordsmanship to the realm of tittle phase. Chunzong's eyes lit up. 9 days ago, when he fought with Tang Junluo of the Tang family, he unknowingly broke through the barrier between the 3 sword techniques under the great pressure brought by his opponent. He was able to harmonize the 3 sword techniques smoothly, which gave him a new understanding of the 3 sword techniques. After 9 days of cultivation, he gradually grasped the feeling of surpassing the consummate realm. Breaking through from the peak of great accomplishment to the realm of perfection had already helped him to refine his blood chi. Then, breaking through the shackles of the realm of perfection and reaching the realm of tittle phase would definitely help him even more. The refined iron sword was unsheathed. The sword light was bright, reflecting the sunlight. It was somewhat dazzling. This corner of the martial arts field seemed to have become Chunzong's exclusive place to practice swordsmanship. From afar, from time to time, people would look over with envy and awe. Chunzong used the residual shadow swordsmanship. The sword light and the residual shadow intertwined and changed unpredictably. For a moment, it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was as if every strike was real, but also as if every strike was fake. The passers-by were dazzled, dizzy, and shocked. Chunzong was completely focused. He forgot about everything around him. While practicing, he was constantly comprehending, trying to improve himself again and again. After practicing the residual shadow swordsmanship for 100 times, he practiced the willow swordsmanship for 100 times, and then the eagle strike swordsmanship for 100 times. He took a short rest to recover his strength, and at the same time to reflect. Then, he used the 3 swordsmanship alternately, trying to find the feeling he had when he fought with Tang Junluo. After Chun Qian left, the courtyard was also taken back by the clan hall. Chunzong had no place to practice the fast, accurate, and steady swordsmanship. However, he always carried the 25 kilograms iron plates on his arms. Other than taking a bath, he never took them off even when he was sleeping. Although he didn't have the conditions to practice the fast, accurate, and steady swordsmanship, he never neglected the 18 fundamental movements. Moreover, the time he used to practice the fast, accurate, and steady swordsmanship was used to practice the 3 foundational swordsmanship. Cultivating every day, Chunzong would have a trace of new comprehension. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 months since Chunzong came to the clan hall. After Chen Fenghua, Chen Guzhan, and the other 3, a few more people had refined their blood and chi to the limit. They had successfully broken through and become warriors. The number of martial disciples was getting fewer and fewer. I've finally finished half of the 7th refinement. There's still half left. Chunzong exhaled a long breath and said to himself. He stopped practicing the Tiger Roar formula. Holding his sword, he went to the corner of the martial arts field again to practice his swordsmanship. July 20th, year 395 of the Jinwu calendar. Residual shadow. With a low shout, Chunzong drew his sword. The sword light and the shadow of the sword overlapped. The 6 movements were repeated one after another. It seemed to become messy and without any order. After practicing for a while, Chun Zong stopped. He felt as if he had grasped something important, but he couldn't grasp it. This feeling made him feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws. It was unbearably itchy. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. At this moment, a dark cloud floated in from nowhere and covered the scorching sun. A shadow shrouded the surroundings, including Chun Zong. Light! Shadow! Chun Zong's eyes lit up. Inspiration flooded his mind, but it was fragmented and difficult to gather. Chun Zong fell into a frenzy of thoughts. The mysterious sword tip vibrated continuously. The silver dragon danced in the sky, and the light spread and shone in all directions. The dark cloud slowly slid across the sky. As it separated, another ray of sunlight fell and shone directly on Chun Zong's eyes. The shadow disappeared, making him tremble. He was like a lighthouse in the dark night. The countless inspirations in his mind seemed to have found a breakthrough and gathered together. Light shines in shadows. Shadows disappear under the light. Chun Zong drew his sword again as he chanted. It was still the 6 movements of the residual shadow sword art. However, as he practiced it over and over again, the inspiration in his mind gathered faster and faster. The feeling became clearer and clearer. Countless sword lights surrounded him, and countless sword shadows disappeared along with him. As he practiced, the 6 movements of the residual shadow sword art became blurred. The sword lights and sword shadows around him kept overlapping. Finally, Chun Zong's eyes shone with an amazing light, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The fine iron sword in his hand paused for a moment, and countless lights and shadows converged into the fine iron sword like rivers returning to the river. The fine iron sword released a dazzling light, as if it was shining with the sun in the sky. Chi! With a loud shout, the fine iron sword pierced through the air. The extremely bright sword light shot out and turned into shadows that intertwined with each other, making the sword even more difficult to distinguish. Then, Chun Zong trembled all over, as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body was numb, and his blood and chi surged. He automatically operated the Tiger Roar formula and roared. The shadows dispersed. Chun Zong was still in the posture of thrusting out his sword, as if he was immobilized. His skin was as red as a cooked prawn, and it was frightening. After a full quarter of an hour, the blood and chi that was like a long river gradually calmed down. Chun Zong carefully sensed it. Good. The residual shadow sword art has reached the tittle phase from perfection. The effect on refining the blood and chi is indeed very strong. It is completely comparable to the effect of the 8 moves of the true sword from the peak of greater mastery to perfection. Chun Zong was very happy. This way, he could save 7 or 8 days of hard practice. He was very hungry, so he quickly took out an energy pill and ate it. As the energy pill dissolved, the hunger gradually subsided. He swung the fine iron sword again. Light and shadow alternated, making it impossible for people to see where the sword was. So, this is the so-called tittle phase. Now that the residual shadow sword art had reached the tittle phase, Chun Zong understood that a martial art from the beginner level to perfection was still within the scope of the martial art itself, or rather, within shackles. The tittle phase was to break the shackles and go beyond that level, to have a new and higher understanding of the martial art. It was equivalent to making the martial art one's own. To put it bluntly, martial arts before the tittle phase were like other people's things. Martial arts in the tittle phase would become one's own. Chapter 24. July 26th, year 395 of the Jinwu calendar. The sky was a little dark, and the sun was covered by large patches of dark clouds. Gusts of wind blew, and the air was suffocating. Chun Zong's body was like a willow by the water, swaying with the wind. His sword light was like a willow branch swaying in the wind, emitting gentleness and tenacity. It was a unique beauty. There were 6 moves in the Whisking Willow sword art, and Chunzong performed them over and over again. A few days ago, Chunzong had reached the Tittle realm with the residual shadow sword art, which allowed him to have a more direct understanding of the mysterious Tittle realm. He often practiced the Whisking Willow sword art together with the residual shadow sword art, so he could find some similarities between them. He used those similarities to practice and comprehend the Tittle realm. Over and over again, Chunzong's understanding of the Whisking Willow sword art became deeper and deeper, and gradually derived something of his own. He recalled the willow by the water and imagined that feeling. He practiced it over and over again and gradually integrated it into his body. Strike! The fine iron sword swung like a willow branch, but it didn't belong to any of the moves. It swayed naturally in the wind, and Chunzong's body moved up and down, as if he had really become a willow by the water, with a unique charm. His whole body trembled and felt numb. His blood chi surged and refined by itself. After a while, his blood chi calmed down. Chunzong could feel that his blood chi had improved significantly after the 7th round, which was equivalent to 7 or 8 days of hard work. As he swung the sword, the hard, fine iron sword seemed to become flexible, like a willow branch. Swish, swish, swish. Chunzong performed the 6 moves of the Whisking Willow sword art, as if it had been given life. The Tittle realm of the Whisking Willow sword art, July 30th, year 395 of the Jinwu calendar. The sun was setting in the west, and the remaining red light reflected on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun covered the clan hall with a layer of red light. On the training field, most of the martial disciples had left, and Chunzong was the only one still practicing his sword art. Along with the sword light, there was a burst of sharp, not very loud chirping. The eagle strikes sword art. As the residual shadow swordsmanship and willow swordsmanship reached the realm of imperceptibility one after another, Chunzong's understanding of the realm of imperceptibility deepened. When he cultivated the eagle strike swordsmanship, his comprehension became faster. Over and over again, Chunzong practiced. As countless insights surrounded him, Chunzong felt as if he was about to transform into an eagle spreading its wings and soaring in the sky. His figure suddenly leaped up, and, as the sword light flashed, he slashed forward. Following that, a resounding and loud cry seemed to come from high up in the sky, resounding throughout the entire area. Chunzong landed gracefully and sheathed his sword like an eagle folding its wings. A smile naturally appeared on his face. Eagle strike swordsmanship meant its subtlety, since the 3 sword arts had reached the imperceptible realm one after another. There was an obvious effect on the refinement of blood chi. It was equivalent to more than 20 days of hard work by Chunzong. Chunzong could feel that the 7th refinement of blood chi was not far from completion. I'll definitely be able to finish it within half a month, Chunzong said to himself. Half a month was his best estimate. Year 395 of the Jinwu calendar, August 10th. Without a doubt, Chunzong won the king of the first seat again and was rewarded. At this point, Chunzong had won the king of the first seat for the 11th time. This was extremely rare in the history of the Chun clan hall. Chunzong drank an entire jar of Huyang bone-strengthening wine. As he cultivated the Tiger Roar incantation, blood chi surged and vibrated, emitting a roar like that of a ferocious tiger. Chunzong's skin turned red, and his body temperature rose rapidly. His blood chi was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Chunzong guarded his body tightly, allowing the blood chi to impact and vibrate on its own. His body suddenly trembled, as if there was a terrifying roar coming from within his body. It turned into a roar of sound waves that rolled around his body. The air fluctuated, and the white paper on the table scattered on the ground, as if it had been blown by a gust of wind. His reddened skin gradually faded and returned to its original state. His breathing also calmed down. Good, my blood chi has finally completed the 7th refinement. Chunzong's eyes shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, the 7th refinement is also my limit. His tone was a mixture of disappointment and relief. It was a complicated feeling. He was disappointed because he already knew that someone could reach the 8th refinement. He could not help but have higher expectations. He was relieved because the 7th refinement was already so difficult. The 8th refinement would be even more difficult. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach the 8th refinement. Thinking about it, I was still a little greedy. Shenzong could not help but shake his head and laugh. Back then, I only hoped to be able to cultivate normally and become a normal martial artist. However, ever since I obtained the mysterious sword tip, everything has changed. My future has also gradually exceeded my expectations. It made me unconsciously have higher expectations. It was a little too much. However, tempering blood chi 7 times is the Chun clan's highest record. Even in the entire Martial Wind City, it is considered the top record. For me, it is enough. After all, my advantage lies more in martial arts. Now, my blood chi has been tempered to the limit. After consolidating it, I will be able to break through to the 4th level of the blood chi realm in a few days and become a martial artist. Chun Zong's eyes were burning, and his tone was filled with excitement. Become a martial artist. This had been his goal all along. Now that it was so close, how could he not be excited? With my foundation of tempering blood chi 7 times, it is not difficult to reach the 4th level of the blood chi realm. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist's limit was to temper their blood chi 3 times. If they wanted to break through to the 4th level of the blood chi realm, there was a 70% chance of failure. Once they failed, their blood chi would be damaged to a certain extent and would need time to recover. Therefore, it was impossible to break through a second time in a short period of time. However, as long as they could recover, the second breakthrough would usually succeed. If one tempered blood chi 4 times, the success rate of the first breakthrough would be 90%. Under normal circumstances, as long as one's luck was not too bad, they could break through on the first try. If one tempered blood chi 5 times, the first breakthrough would be 100%. Needless to say, the 6th refinement would be a piece of cake. As for the 7th refinement, it would naturally be above the 6th refinement. Year 395 of the Zhenwu calendar, August 13th. This would be a memorable day. After more than 2 days of consolidation, Shenzong's blood chi had completely stabilized. It was time to break through. The biggest difference between a martial artist and a martial artist is blood chi and blood chi. For martial artists, blood chi comes before blood chi, with blood chi as the main factor and blood chi as the supplement. The martial artist focuses on tempering his body and improving his physique. For a martial artist, blood chi comes before blood chi, with blood chi as the supplement. The martial artist can strengthen his physique in all aspects and develop his potential. He can also use blood chi alone to better perform graded martial arts. Blood chi cannot compare to this. The order of blood chi and blood chi was completely different. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong removed all distracting thoughts and carefully sensed the blood chi in his body. After 7 rounds of tempering, his blood chi was pure red. There seemed to be no trace of impurities in it. It flowed endlessly in his blood vessels like a long river, providing his body with wave after wave of powerful energy. To break through and transform blood chi into blood chi, I have to first burn my blood chi and purify it into chi. Then, I have to nourish the blood and combine them to form blood chi. Chunzong had simulated each step in his mind many times. His whole body trembled. His heart was beating like a drum. It was powerful and thumping. Wave after wave of blood chi was stimulated. Its speed increased rapidly, exceeding the limit. The temperature also increased rapidly. With a sizzling sound, it was as if the blood chi was boiling. Shenzong's skin was frighteningly red. His whole body emitted a shockingly high temperature. If this temperature was placed on an ordinary person, they would have already fainted and their blood would have dried up. As the blood chi burned at a high temperature, the quantity kept decreasing. At the same time, Chunzong could see traces of light red qi growing in his blood vessels. It was as flexible as silk. As the blood qi decreased, the light red qi increased. They formed a cycle. When the light red qi filled his blood vessels, they connected and the color gradually deepened. When the last drop of blood was burned up, the originally light red aura turned red, as bright as blood. Like a sponge that had been squeezed, drop after drop of bright red blood seeped out and once again flowed in the blood vessels. As the blood flowed, Chunzong could feel his body changing. He quickly grabbed the energy pills that he had prepared. There were as many as 10 of them. He threw them into his mouth and swallowed them quickly. With the replenishment of the energy pills, the qi dripping out of the blood qi increased by several times. More and more of it gathered together like a trickling stream. His heart seemed to be beating stronger and more powerful. His bones seemed to have become harder, his veins became tougher, and his muscles tightened. An hour later, the changes finally stopped. Within Shenzong's blood vessels, bright red blood flowed slowly. Traces of red qi surrounded him like a mist, synchronizing with the blood. An even stronger power was contained within. Is this the power of blood qi stage 4? Shenzong clenched his fists. He felt as if he could crush steel with his fists. He was extremely excited. Under normal circumstances, breaking through from the peak of blood qi stage 3 to blood qi stage 4 usually took a few days. After all, the body needed sufficient nutrients to replenish the energy consumed during the process. However, Shenzong did not. He had consumed a total of 50 energy pills. Using the nutrients and energy contained in the energy pills, he had forcefully raised his physique and completed the transformation from a martial disciple to a martial artist. A blood qi stage 4 martial artist's standard arm strength was 500 kilograms, which was double the normal strength. If he used the power of blood qi, his strength would be increased and he would become even more powerful. I wonder what the blood qi of those who have tempered their blood qi 3 or 4 times look like after breaking through. Shenzong thought to himself. He could see his blood qi inside his body. It was pure red, so red that it shone brightly. He had tempered his blood qi 7 times. Perhaps it would be different from a normal martial artist's. Inside the house, Chunzong performed a round of the tiger strength fist technique. His body created a gust of wind that whistled through the air. The momentum was terrifying, and it was several times stronger than before. Chunzong felt extremely carefree. Since I've broken through and stabilized, it's time to enter the real clan hall. Holding his sword, Chunzong strode out of the house with a dignified appearance. His back was as straight as a sword, and his footsteps were light, powerful, and firm. He was prepared to find the warden in the main hall of the clan hall to verify his cultivation. From there, he could enter the real clan hall and enjoy better cultivation resources. He could even cultivate martial arts above the foundation establishment level. All of these were things that could make him stronger. After all the hard work, you finally achieved your goal and became a martial artist. Can you guys understand the feeling of happiness after suffering? Chapter 25. A new chapter begins, and a new journey begins. Eager to return home, the horse galloped. Xiao Town was right in front of him under the sun. Chunzong was indescribably excited. After entering the clan hall, he was not allowed to leave for a year as a martial disciple. If he wanted to return home, he had to either become a warrior or be expelled. The maroon horse attracted the attention of many townspeople, but they did not recognize Chunzong. After 11 months, Chunzong had become a warrior again. Only those who were familiar with him could recognize him due to the changes in his appearance and temperament. They entered the Chun family's territory. Who is that? So handsome. Some of the Chun family's disciples stared at Chunzong's figure, confused and envious. Chunzong, Chunzongjie, and Chun Dalai would never forget Chunzong's appearance. Even if he had changed, they could still recognize him at a glance. Why is this guy back? Was he expelled by the clan hall? It should be. This guy was so lucky that he defeated Brother Gang and became a disciple of the clan hall. Now he has shown his true colors. Chen Zhongjia said repeatedly, inexplicably excited. Chen Dalai, however, remained silent. He did not think it was that simple. If he was expelled, how could he ride such a fine horse? The horse stopped in front of the house. Chen Zong jumped off the horse. Perhaps he heard the sound of horse galloping outside, so the door opened, and a tall and thin figure walked out. Chen Zhongtang. Father. Chen Zong shouted. Son. Chen Zhongtang rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. When he looked again, he was sure that it was his son, Chen Zong. He could not help but smile. Chen Zong could see that his father's hair was whiter, and his face was paler than before, but he looked more energetic. Chen Jingtang could also see the changes in Chen Zong. He was completely different from when he left. At this time, another petite figure walked out of the house, which stunned Chen Zong. After listening to his father's story, Chen Zong finally understood. It turned out that not long after he went to the clan hall, his mother's sister, the husband of his concubine, went hunting in the mountains. Unfortunately, he was killed by a monster, leaving the mother and son behind. Under normal circumstances, his concubine could feed herself and her son alone. However, her son's appetite was too much, and she was not strong enough. She had no choice but to bring her son to the Chen's house in Xiaohu town to seek shelter with Chen Zhongtang. Before that, she did not know that Chen Zhongtang had lost his cultivation. However, since they were already here, Chen Zhongtang decided to let them stay here so that they could take care of each other. Annie, don't worry and stay here, Chen Zong said with a smile. He could vaguely imagine his mother's appearance from his auntie's appearance. All right. Concubine Yang Beeching nodded. She looked at Chen Zong with a very gentle gaze. Father, concubine, I've become a warrior, Chen Zong said with a smile. Good boy. Haha, I knew you could do it. Chen Zhongtang was relieved. He was too concerned about his son. This child, Chen Zong, has inherited brother-in-law's talent. He will definitely become a warrior, Yang Beeching said with a smile. Although she was not very beautiful, she had a kind of demure demeanor. Did you succeed in your first attempt? Chen Zhongtang asked. Yes, I just broke through a few days ago. Chen Zhongtang didn't ask any more questions. He thought that Chen Zong had broken through after tempering his blood qi 3 times. He didn't know that Chen Zong had only broken through after tempering his blood qi 7 times. Since he didn't ask, Chen Zong didn't say anything either. They were like a happy family of 3. At this time, the door was pushed open and 2 figures walked in. Mother, uncle, I'm back. The low voice was like the sound of a large bell. Chen Zong looked over and saw a big guy with a very young face. Beside the big guy was Chen Yiming. Yiming, Chen Zong greeted with a smile. You are? Brother Zong. Chen Yiming looked at Chen Zong and was very excited. Brother Zong, why are you back? I've reached the 4th stage of the Blood Qi realm and became a warrior, so I came back to take a look, Chen Zong said with a smile. He was very excited to see his old friend. Chen Zong, let me introduce you. This is your concubine's son, Yang Lai. He just turned 12. Chen Jingtang introduced, Lai, this is my son, Chen Zong. You can call him Brother Zong like Yiming. Brother Zong. Yang Lai scratched his head and smiled honestly. I'll call you Lai, Chen Zong said with a smile. He felt warm in his heart. He had never felt this warm since he was a child. Although Yang Lai was only 12 years old, he was not inferior to Chen Zong in terms of height. Moreover, he was strong but not bloated. He seemed to be full of strength. Brother Zong, I've already started teaching Lai the tiger strength fist technique, Chen Yiming said anxiously. Since Yang Beeching and Yang Lai had decided to settle down here, they were considered part of the Chun family. Since Yang Lai was also 12 years old, he naturally had the right to practice the Chun family's foundation establishment martial arts. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Zong said with a smile. Brother Zong, guess how strong Lai is? Chen Yiming asked mysteriously. Chen Zong saw the smiles on Chen Zhongtang and Yang Beeching's faces. Could Yang Lai be born with great strength like Chen Guzhan? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Lai's cultivation hasn't reached the 1st level of the Qi and Blood realm, but his arm strength is 250 kilograms. Chen Yiming laughed. Zong was really shocked. Arm strength of 250 kilograms. This was the standard strength of someone at the peak of the third level of the Qi and blood realm. It turned out that his younger brother, whom he had just met, was born with great strength. If he raised his cultivation to the peak of the third level of the Qi and blood realm, how strong would his arm strength be? 500 kilograms? Or even higher? Suddenly, Zong's heart was filled with hope. Since Alai is born with great strength, the tiger strength fist technique is not suitable for him to practice. He won't be able to fully utilize his advantages, Zong said. In our branch family, there are only 3 foundation establishment martial techniques. Only the tiger strength fist technique is suitable for Alai to practice. Tang also knew, but that was the reality. I saw a foundation establishment martial technique in the family hall called the heavy fist technique. It's most suitable for people with great strength to practice. The effect is also better than the tiger strength fist technique. I'll teach Alai the heavy fist technique in the next few days, Zong said. Thank you, Brother Zong, Yang Lai quickly said. Zong, get out here. A voice full of malice sounded from outside the house. It's Chen Jigang. Chen Yiming's expression changed. He quickly said, Brother Zong, ever since he was defeated by you, Chen Jigang has been training hard every day. He seems to have mastered a technique that can increase his strength and make him more powerful. Okay. Zong stood up and walked out of the house. He was met with the fierce gazes of Chen Jigang, Chen Dalai, and Chen Zhongjia. Zong, when I lost to you that day, I worked even harder in order to defeat you one day. Today, the opportunity has finally come. Chen Jigang's eyes were fierce. He took the tiger strength fist technique's starting stance. It was as if he was going to transform into a fierce tiger. His skin was slightly red. Zong could tell at a glance that Chen Jigang's tiger strength fist technique had reached perfection. Perhaps he would be able to break through and reach perfection soon. Moreover, Chen Jigang also practiced a blood qi refinement technique, but he didn't know if it was the tiger roar technique. Zong could tell from the redness of Chen Jigang's skin that Chen Jigang's blood qi had been refined 3 times. Tiger rush. With a roar, Chen Jigang broke out at full speed. His fist was like a fierce tiger rushing to kill. It smashed the air and blasted towards Zong without mercy. Zong just casually swung his left fist. With a bang, Zong's body did not move. Chen Jigang flew out like a gourd and hit Chen Dalai and Chen Zhongjia. They both fell to the ground. One punch. With just one punch, Chen Jigang was defeated even though he had obviously improved his strength. Chen Jigang was stunned. Ah, Chen Jigang, now you know how powerful I am. Chen Yiming couldn't stop laughing. Brother Zong is now a warrior. You can't compare to him at all. Chen Jigang, if you want to deal with me, I welcome it. But if you think about my father, my aunt, and my brother Yang Lai, then I will let you know the consequences. His calm tone contained a bit of fierce killing intent. The ear-piercing sound of metal echoed. A dazzling sword light flashed, as if it could cut the void. The fine iron sword was unsheathed and pointed at Chen Jigang. Chen Jigang felt a chill all over his body. I, Chen Jigang, am not that despicable. Chen Jigang stood up, his face pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Zong put his sword back into the sheath. This small interlude did not affect Zong's mood. He was indeed unwilling to let the joy and warmth he felt upon returning home be destroyed because of this. After returning home and returning to the clan hall, it was very likely that he would not have the time to return for a very long time. In the next few days, Zong taught Yang Lai how to cultivate the Herculean fist. He had never deliberately studied the Herculean punch before, but after seeing Chun Gujan execute it many times, he understood every move and stance in his heart. As long as he spent some time comprehending it, he would be able to grasp it very quickly. It was more than enough to guide Yang Lai in his cultivation. Yang Lai was born with great strength, but he was relatively simple-minded and honest. It was difficult for him to cultivate a skill-based martial art. The Herculean fist, a simple and direct martial art that focused on crushing opponents, was just right for him. Therefore, he made good progress. Chen Yiming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. His tiger strength fist technique had also broken through to the realm of mastery. Chen Zong further guided him, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of the tiger strength fist technique. He estimated that he would be able to reach the peak of mastery by the time the clan's martial disciple tournament came. As for his father, with his aunt's care, his life became more regular. In these few days, the head of the family and the elders also came. After confirming that Chen Zong had become a warrior, they were all very happy. They also asked about Chen Yuyao and Chen Yidao's situation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. It was also the time for Chen Zong to leave. Chen Zong took out all the 30 energy pills he had left. He gave 10 of them to Chen Yiming. They would come in handy after Chen Yiming entered the clan hall to learn the Tiger Roar technique. The remaining 20 were left for Yang Lai. "Brother Zong, I'll go to the clan hall to look for you soon," Chen Yiming shouted at Chen Zong's back as he rode away. Chen Zong waved his hand to indicate that he had heard. Chapter 26. I need to practice a more powerful sword art. The clan hall was divided into 2 courtyards, the Heaven Courtyard and the Earth Courtyard. The Heaven Courtyard belonged to the main clan, while the Earth Courtyard belonged to the branch clan. They were clearly separated and competed with each other. Chen Zong came from the branch clan in Little Lake Town, so he naturally belonged to the Earth Courtyard. According to Chen Zong's understanding, there were more than 200 martial artists in the clan hall. 60% of them were from the Heaven Courtyard, and the other 40% were from the Earth Courtyard. Outside the Heaven and Earth Courtyard was the elite area. There were a total of 10 independent courtyards, which was where Chen Zong had been before. It was one of Chen Chuyun's former residences. Only the top 10 martial artists in the clan hall were qualified to stay in the elite area and enjoy better treatment. The Earth Courtyard was a huge courtyard with rows upon rows of houses. Each house had one person living in it. Compared to the houses that martial disciples lived in, it was twice as big. The decorations were also better. The windows were bright and clean, and it looked very comfortable. Outside the houses was the martial arts field. It was very big, and there were also 4 arenas in 4 different directions. According to the distribution, excluding the martial disciples' outer courtyard, the entire clan hall was made up of the Heaven and Earth Courtyard, the elite area, and the main area. There were 3 floors in the main area's martial arts tower. Chen Zong was standing on the first floor. In front of him was a bookshelf with many books. Chen Zong's eyes quickly scanned through the books, and he picked one out. The cover of the book was gray and white, and it was a drawing of a blood-red tiger. The lines looked simple, but the drawing made the blood-red tiger look very lifelike, as if it was going to pounce on him. Beside the blood-red tiger, there were 3 bold and powerful words written in blood red: Fierce Tiger Art. It was said that the ancestor of the Chun family worshipped the fearless spirit of the tiger and the imposing manner of the king of beasts. When he founded the Chun family, he also passed down this spirit of the tiger. From the tiger roar technique to the fierce tiger technique that cultivated the power of blood and qi, as well as the subsequent tiger techniques, they were all proof of this. The tiger fist art was a foundation-building martial art. The tiger roar technique was a foundation-building martial art. The fierce tiger art was a graded martial art. After becoming a martial artist, Chen Zong learned more from the clan hall. He knew that the so-called rudimentary martial arts were also called human-level martial arts. They were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, and supreme level. The fierce tiger skill of the Chen Zong's family was a cultivation method of the middle class of the human realm. It was divided into 3 levels. The book in Chen Zong's hand recorded the first level of the fierce tiger skill. A tiger has a form, must have the momentum of a tiger, the strength of a tiger, qi and blood like a tiger, the body like a mountain forest. Flipping open the fierce tiger skill, there were the cultivation method chants, annotations, as well as things to take note of when cultivating and so on. Chen Zong completely memorized the content after reading it once. After reading it 3 times, he directly understood it. Only now did he realize that with the perfect realm of the Tiger Strength Fist technique as a foundation, regardless of whether it was comprehending the Tiger Roar technique or cultivating the Fierce Tiger technique, there was a certain advantage. After memorizing the first stage of the Fierce Tiger skill, Chen Zong put it back and took out the second book. This was a book with a dark red cover. There were only 2 large black words on it: Martial Artist. The silver hook and iron painting were unstoppable. After opening it, Chen Zong began to read it carefully. This book was neither a cultivation method nor a martial art. It was about some general knowledge about martial arts cultivation. The first to third levels of the blood chi realm strengthen the blood chi, strengthen the body, and refine the blood chi to lay the foundation for becoming a martial artist. The fourth level of the blood chi realm ignites the blood chi and transforms it into blood chi. From then on, one mainly focuses on cultivating the blood chi. Thus, the blood chi is first stirred. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood chi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The fifth level of the blood chi realm breaks through the limit of the blood chi and becomes even more powerful, filling every part of the body. Thus, the blood chi is abundant. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood chi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The sixth level of the blood chi realm is abundant. The blood chi can surge throughout the body like the waves of the ocean. Thus, the blood chi is like a tide. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood chi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The seventh level of the blood chi realm is when the blood chi circulates throughout the body. It has a stronger impact and allows for faster recovery. Thus, the blood chi is small. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood chi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The eighth level of the blood chi realm is small. The blood chi becomes large. The blood chi can circulate throughout the body, becoming stronger and faster. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood chi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. The ninth level of the blood chi realm is when the blood chi is highly condensed and turns into a blood chi furnace. It becomes the source of the body's strength. Using the cultivation method to activate the blood chi can increase one's strength by 1,000 caddies. After becoming a martial artist, the changes in each level from the fourth level of the blood chi realm to the ninth level of the blood chi realm were closely related to the blood chi. As for the strength of the body, 1,000 caddies was the limit. If one wanted to exceed that limit, one either had to be born with great strength or find another way. After officially becoming a disciple of the clan hall, one could enjoy the corresponding benefits. They could cultivate the first grade of the Fierce Tiger technique, choose an inferior class human class martial art to cultivate, and freely enter the first floor of the martial library to read non-cultivation method martial art books. Putting back the fighter book, Chen Zong scanned through it once more. The cultivation method of the blood chi is the Fierce Tiger technique. There are a total of 13 inferior class human class martial arts. Compared to the foundation establishment martial arts, there were very few inferior class human class martial arts. Of the 13 inferior class human class martial arts, for fist techniques, 3 are palm techniques, 2 are leg techniques, 1 is finger technique, 1 is saber technique, 1 is sword technique, and 1 is footwork. It seems that I have no choice. Chen Zong thought to himself. This was the first floor of the martial library. The second floor contained middle-class human class martial arts and the second grade of the Fierce Tiger technique. The third floor contained superior class human class martial arts and the third grade of the Fierce Tiger technique. However, it was not that easy to enter the second or third floor. There were some conditions, such as enough contribution points and so on. Chen Zong scanned the 13 inferior class human class martial arts one by one. Tiger Aura Fist Technique, 5 Spirits Fist Technique, Great Monument Smashing Hand, Whirlwind Kick Technique, One Word Iron Finger Technique, Water Splitting Saber Technique, Light Splitting Sword Technique, Wind Stepping Steps. Chen Zong glanced back and forth between Light Splitting Sword Technique and the Wind Stepping Steps. Footwork martial arts were relatively rare. In terms of value, they were more valuable than other martial arts. However, Chun Zong practiced swordsmanship, so he made his choice without hesitation. Light-splitting sword technique. I can earn contribution points and buy the right to practice the wind stepping steps. Chun Zong said to himself as he took out light-splitting sword technique. Recently, among the disciples who had become warriors, he was the only one who practiced swordsmanship. No one competed with him. Remember, you must return it within 10 days. The deacon in charge of the martial library in the clan hall said, seriously, after finishing the registration. If he did not return it on time, it would leave a stain on his record. It was unknown whether he would be able to borrow it in the future. I will. Chun Zong took the light-splitting sword technique book and nodded. In fact, he could have memorized all the content of the book without taking it away. However, the feeling of reading from time to time was wonderful. It could help him better understand the mystery of this sword technique. He walked to the underground yard with light-splitting sword technique. Chun Zong, I want to fight with you again after I master the first level of the mountain fist technique. Chun Guzhan said directly when he met Chun Zong. Sure. Chun Zong agreed immediately. He seemed to welcome Chun Zong. After entering the room and closing the door, Chun Zong sat down comfortably on the dark red wooden chair. He opened a light-splitting sword technique book and read it carefully. There were many differences between human-level martial arts and foundation establishment martial arts. The foundation establishment martial arts were used to strengthen the blood chi and strengthen the body, so there were different moves. However, the human-level martial arts were unable to strengthen the blood chi and strengthen the body. It required the activation of the blood chi in order to release its true power. Furthermore, there were no different moves, only different levels and realms. Light-splitting sword technique was divided into 2 levels. The first level, light-splitting shadow. The second level, light-splitting without shadow. On the book, there was a mnemonic chant as well as a picture. The picture was very clear. It was a person wielding a sword and dancing. It was the cultivation movement for the first and second level of the diffraction sword art. Chun Zong read through the diffraction swordsmanship and thought to himself, only after mastering the first stage, diffraction shadow, can one cultivate the second stage, shadowless diffraction. It is indeed very different from a foundation establishment martial art. Chun Zong did not start practicing right away. Although the room was not small, it was not suitable for practicing sword techniques. Sword techniques are not easy to practice, but fierce tiger art is. Chun Zong said to himself. He took out a wooden box from the bedside and opened it. Inside the box were 3 dark red balls the size of lotus seeds. They emitted a fishy smell. Beast blood pill. This was a pill made from the blood essence of a ferocious beast mixed with the essence of several kinds of 10-year-old herbs. It took dozens of hours for it to be brewed. It was similar to the energy pill, but its effect was much better than the energy pill. The energy pill was only effective for martial disciples. For martial artists, it wasn't even qualified to be used as food to replenish their physical strength. However, the beast blood pill could promote the cultivation of chi and blood to a certain extent. After absorbing the energy contained in one beast blood pill, it was almost equivalent to the harvest of a normal 4th stage chi and blood realm martial artist who practiced a low-grade human-level technique for a day. Disciples of the clan hall who had just become martial artists could get 3 beast blood pills as a reward. After that, they could get 1 beast blood pill every month for free. If they wanted more, they had to rely on their own efforts and abilities. After comprehending the first level of the fierce tiger art, Chun Zong took out a beast blood pill and put it in his mouth. He cleared his mind and focused on his chi and blood. Like a ferocious tiger, he used his mind to drive the chi and blood power. Compared to the chi and blood, the chi and blood power were purer and heavier. It was more difficult to drive them. However, for Chun Zong, who had refined his chi and blood 7 times before breaking through, it only took a little effort for the chi and blood power to flow faster under his mind. As the blood flowed faster, it was consumed little by little. The qi was strengthened little by little and fed back to the blood, increasing the qi and blood simultaneously. The beast blood pill had completely melted in his mouth. He swallowed it, and it went down his esophagus into his stomach. It immediately spread and seeped into his blood vessels, flowing with his qi and blood for absorption. Chapter 27. Chunzong didn't like to be disturbed when he was practicing, so the corner of the martial arts field was his favorite. There were a few big trees with dense palm-sized leaves, which seemed to separate the corner from the rest of the martial arts field. The fine iron sword shone brightly as it pierced through the air with a sharp sound. Chunzong first practiced residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship, and eagle strike swordsmanship 10 times each, then practiced true sword 8 movements 20 times. After that, he practiced the first level of diffraction swordsmanship. There were 7 sword swings in the first level, which required the coordination of the hands, body, footsteps, and eyes. These 7 sword swings did not possess much power, but their main purpose was to mobilize the qi and blood in one's body and circulate it according to a specific method before finally erupting. That was the practice of human-level martial arts. Chunzong swung his sword over and over again, repeatedly practicing the 7 sword swings of the first level of diffraction swordsmanship. He strived to make every movement perfect and coherent. Human-level martial arts are the application of qi and blood. Every kind of human-level martial arts has its own way of operating qi and blood and finally burst out with different power and effects. For example, the 7 sword swings of the first level of diffraction swordsmanship that I practice belong to the guiding style of the first level of this swordsmanship. The purpose is to familiarize myself with the way of operating qi and blood until I'm very familiar with it and can perform the first level of diffraction swordsmanship without the guiding style. After 3 days of practice, Chunzong had a thorough understanding of the first level of diffraction swordsmanship. The only thing he lacked was the control of his body. It required hard practice, which was unavoidable for anyone. Diffraction shadow. With a low shout, the 7 sword swings were connected and completed in just 2 breaths. The qi and blood surged and operated in a strange way, then burst out. Strike! The sword swung out, and the sword light was dazzling. It instantly split into 2 and stabbed out from the left and the right. The 2 sword lights were real. They left light traces in the air and dissipated after a breath. It's still not enough. At least I need to be able to operate qi and blood while holding the sword and perform the diffraction shadow when I strike. Chunzong thought to himself, it's indeed harder to practice than the foundation establishment martial arts. He continued to practice and let his body remember the feeling of operating qi and blood until his arms were sore and weak. After returning to his room and resting for a while, Chunzong began to practice Fierce Tiger technique. He had already consumed the 3 beast blood pills. Without the beast blood pills, the growth of his vitality was extremely slow. I have to find a way to obtain more beast blood pills. After practicing Fierce Tiger technique, Chunzong started thinking. After he officially became a martial artist, the contribution points. Contribution points were very useful. They could be used to exchange for the right to practice martial arts, weapons, and pills. 1 beast blood pill required 10 contribution points. Those who had just become martial artists and activated the contribution point system usually had 0 contribution points. Logically speaking, Chunzong had tempered his blood energy 7 times, breaking the Chun family's previous record and creating a new record. With such talent, he should be heavily nurtured by the family hall. Unfortunately, the Chun family's philosophy was different. No matter who it was, no matter how talented they were, they would be treated the same when they entered the clan hall. The Chun family believed that a Real tiger would sooner or later show its power as the king of beasts. Otherwise, it would just fade into the crowd. A tiger needed to experience battles to become a king. A man needed to be honed. Moreover, Chunzong did not tell anyone that he had tempered his qi and blood 7 times. Elder Xing only thought he had tempered his qi and blood 6 times. Whether it is to obtain more beast blood pills or to cultivate better martial arts, contribution points are inseparable. There's more than one way to earn contribution points. If I'm strong enough, I can hunt monsters and exchange them for contribution points. But it's too early for me. He had just broken through to Qi and Blood Realm level 4 not long ago, and had just started cultivating human-level martial arts. His cultivation and strength were both in a period of rapid improvement. It was not suitable for him to go out. Then, the second way is to find some missions in the clan hall. Maybe I should go to the main district to take a look. There was a mission room in the main district that listed out relevant missions. Any disciple of the clan hall could accept them. After completing them, they would be rewarded with the corresponding contribution points. Chunzong scanned the mission panel on the wall carefully. Find silver thread root. Note, silver thread root is a second-grade herb. It can be exchanged for 20 contribution points. Find golden luo flower. Note, golden luo flower is a third-grade herb. It can be exchanged for 40 contribution points. Find silver 3-leaf ginseng. Note, silver 3-leaf ginseng is a 4th-grade herb. It can be exchanged for 80 contribution points. Most of the missions were to find herbs. Herbs were divided into 9 grades. First-grade herbs refer to herbs that were more than 10 years old but less than 20 years old. Second-grade herbs were more than 20 years old but less than 30 years old. Third-grade herbs were more than 30 years old but less than 40 years old, and so on. First-grade herbs were more than 90 years old but less than 100 years old. Herbs that were more than 100 years old would have a qualitative change in their medicinal properties. They were treasured herbs. To find herbs, one had to go deep into the mountains and forests. It was time-consuming to go back and forth. The other missions were to hunt specific monsters and obtain certain parts of their bodies to bring back to the clan to earn contribution points. Chunzong temporarily eliminated all the missions, be it to search for herbs or to hunt monsters. Then, there weren't many missions left. After looking around, Chunzong finally chose a mission. Apprentice of the Foundry. Depending on your performance, you can earn 10 to 100 contribution points per month. Are you sure you want this mission? The manager of the mission room looked at Chunzong in surprise. What's wrong with it? Chunzong asked. Many people have accepted this mission before, but they were all kicked out after less than a month. They didn't get any contribution points. The manager said, I advise you to change to another mission. Is there a reason? Chunzong asked again. Haha, the elder of the Foundry has a bad temper. He has high expectations. It's hard to meet them. The manager laughed. Thank you for telling me. I want to give it a try. Chunzong still said. It was not his style to back off without giving it a try. It's up to you. The manager registered Chunzong, then took out a black iron card and handed it to Chunzong. This is the apprentice card of the Foundry. Take it to Elder Lai of the Foundry. He will arrange your specific mission. Thank you. Chunzong took the iron card and left. The iron card was shaped like a shield. The word Foundry was engraved on one side and the picture of a hammer on the other. What's wrong with having a bad temper? What's wrong with having high expectations? Chunzong muttered as he strode toward the Foundry. The Foundry was also part of the main area and was not far from the mission room. The door of the Foundry was black and closed. Chunzong knocked on it. Who is it? The door was opened, revealing an honest-looking face. He seemed to be in his 20s. He looked suspiciously at Chunzong. Who are you? What's the matter? I'm a new apprentice. Chunzong raised the iron card in his hand. Oh, someone else dares to accept this mission. As he spoke, the man opened all the doors and let Chunzong in. My name is Chun Wuho. I've been here for 6 months. He's Chun Chi. He's been here for 3 months. Chun Wuho pointed at another person in the Foundry and smiled. Chun Chi was wiping a long sword. He glanced at Chunzong expressionlessly. Hello, brothers. I'm Chunzong. Chunzong introduced himself. I'm not interested in knowing your name, because you'll be kicked out soon. Chun Chi's tone was arrogant. Haha, brother, don't mind him. He's just like that. Chun Wuho tried to smooth things over. Chunzong just smiled and did not take it to heart. "Brother Wuho, where is Elder Lai?" Chen Zong asked. "Wait a moment. Elder Lai is forging swords in the foundry." Chen Wuho pointed at the closed heavy black iron door in front of them. Chen Zong waited patiently. After Chen Wuho poured a cup of water for Chen Zong, he did the same as Chen 7. He picked up his sword and wiped it carefully while Chen Zong watched from the side. The swords here ranged from common iron to fine iron. However, he did not see any treasured iron that was above fine iron. About half an hour later, the heavy iron door opened. A wave of heat rushed out, causing the temperature in the room to rise rapidly. Then, a figure of average height but very strong strode out. This person's skin was bronze, and his eyes were like copper bells. His black hair and beard were slightly curly, and his arms were bare. His muscles were like cast iron, and they contained an incomparably terrifying power. He immediately brought an indescribable pressure to Chen Zong, as if he could suppress him with just a look and shatter him with just a finger. "Elder Lai, this person's name is Chen Zong. He is a new apprentice." Chen Wuho put down the long sword in his hand and said respectfully to the person who came out of the foundry, "Elder Lai." Chen Zong took out the black iron card and handed it to Elder Lai. "Little arms and legs. Another useless one. You better get out of here as soon as possible so that you don't make me angry." Elder Lai glanced at the iron card and quickly sized up Chen Zong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. His tone was very aggressive. "Elder Lai, you haven't given me a mission yet. How do you know if I'm useful or not?" Chen Zong was not afraid at all. "Yo, kid, you have some courage. Very well. Since you want a mission, I'll give you one. If you do well, you can stay. If not, get out." Elder Lai seemed to be angry and laughed. His tone was fierce. "I'll give you 10 days. If you can forge a piece of common iron, you can stay. Otherwise, get out of here." Chen Wuho, teach him the 4 secrets of blacksmithing. "Yes, Elder." Chen Wuho responded respectfully. Chen 7, clean the sword and send it to the shop. Elder Lai finished speaking and walked away. He really has a bad temper. Chen Zong thought to himself. He didn't care. He had heard worse words. It's impossible to forge a piece of common iron in 10 days. It will take at least a month to master the 4 secrets of blacksmithing. "Brother, I advise you not to waste time. It's better to go to the mission room and cancel the mission." Chen Wuho advised. "I still want to try. Please teach me, Brother Wuho." Chen Zong said seriously. "Since you insist, follow me." Chen Wuho said and led Chen Zong into the casting room. The casting room was very large, and the temperature inside was very high. There were a total of 3 furnaces placed in 3 directions. However, only the largest one was burning with flames. 2 other people took turns to pull the bellows and put in firewood to keep the fire burning. "Brother Chinzong, I'll explain the 4 secrets of blacksmithing to you. After you master it, you can start to forge a piece of common iron." Chen Wuho led Chen Zong to an extinguished furnace. He picked up a piece of iron and began to demonstrate. Chapter 28. Everyone, I need all kinds of support for my new book. The 4 Keys of Forging: light, heavy, fast, and slow. After listening to Chen Wuho's explanation, Chen Zong grasped the basics. "That's all. The rest depends on your own practice." Chen Wuho said, "When you're almost done, you can start a fire and forge ordinary iron blocks." After that, Chen Wuho turned around and left. He had his own task. As for whether Chen Zong could grasp it or not, it had nothing to do with him. "Thank you, brother," Chen Zong said politely and began to think. To put it bluntly, the 4 Keys of Forging was nothing more than mastering the application of power through the control of the body. Of course, it was easy to say, but difficult to do. The human body was very mysterious. It was made up of countless tiny structures. It was almost impossible to completely master one's own body. Qin Qian taught Chen Zong the 18 basic movements and the 3-word formula of speed, accuracy, and steadiness. In essence, it was also to train the control of the body and the mastery of one's own power. After being transformed by the mysterious sword point and going through conscious training, Chun Zong was very good at controlling his own power. He first simulated it in his mind, then picked up the hammer and tried. The hammer was very heavy, weighing at least 25 kilograms. However, it was nothing for Chun Zong, who had the strength of 500 kilograms. But the difficulty of wielding this kind of hammer was that it was difficult to wield it for a long time without sufficient endurance. On the first day, Chun Zong did not start fire. Instead, he repeatedly pondered over the 4 keys of forging. He analyzed it bit by bit and used his own way to understand and master it. Then he left and went to the dining hall to have a meal. After that, he went to a corner of the martial arts field to practice swordsmanship. The 7 movements of the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship were performed in succession. The power of qi and blood surged as if it was going to split into 2. As he slashed with his sword, 2 streaks of sword light left clear traces in the air. He practiced in reverse. As he practiced, Chun Zong could not help but think of the 4 keys of forging, especially after he had consecutively cultivated the 3 sword techniques to the minute subtlety stage. Chun Zong gradually developed his own understanding of martial arts cultivation. No matter what kind of martial arts practice, no matter how it is practiced, the foundation lies in the control and application of power. It's the same for swordsmanship, and it's the same for forging. As he pondered, Chun Zong's eyes lit up, and the mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows trembled slightly. He felt that he was gaining insights one after another, but his body didn't stop. He was still practicing the 7 movements of the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship. Over and over again, suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. The dark clouds parted to reveal the bright moon. Chun Zong paused and withdrew his sword. Then his body trembled slightly. In an instant, he seemed to have made 7 different changes. His qi and blood changed and surged. He thrust out his sword, which turned into 2 sword lights that pierced through the air. I see. The guided cultivation allows one's body to familiarize itself with the way the vitality force operates. When one reaches the peak, one only needs to control the vitality force with one's mind and instantly connect the 7 transformations according to the guided cultivation method. To put it bluntly, the difference between before and after initiation was that the former used the body's movements to guide the flow of qi and blood, while the latter used the mind to guide the flow of qi and blood. Without a doubt, his was like a bolt of lightning that flashed by. Naturally, his guidance of qi and blood would be much faster. So far, it was the 4th day of practicing the diffraction swordsmanship, and the first level had been initiated. On the way back to his house, Chun Zong was still thinking about the essence of the swordsmanship. Chun Zong, I've already initiated the first level of the multiple mountains fist art. Come and fight with me. Chen Guzhan came up to him and blocked his way. Chun Fenghua also came with him. I've also initiated the first level of the water splitting blade art. I'd like to have a try with you. Chen Fenghua smiled. These 2 guys were still holding a grudge against Chun Zong. When they hadn't initiated the first level of the inferior human rank martial art, they didn't have the confidence to defeat Chun Zong, so they didn't challenge him. Now that they had initiated the first level of the inferior human rank martial art, Chun Zong was definitely no match for them. Let's go. Without saying anything, Chun Zong turned around and walked towards the nearest ring. He was itching to try the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship. Chun Zong, let me tell you, after becoming a martial artist, the strength of one arm is more than 1,500 pounds. When I use the first level of the multiple mountains fist art, I can smash a rockery into pieces with 1 punch. Chen Guzhan said proudly. He twirled his fist and said, If you're scared, you can still give up now. In the past, you were also stronger than me. Didn't you still lose? Chun Zong laughed. Don't tell me you've also initiated the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship. Chen Fenghua joked. You'll know soon enough. Chun Zong answered with a smile, which made Chen Guzhan and Chen Fenghua's heart skip a beat. They had a bad feeling. Immediately, they encouraged themselves. It was impossible to reach the first level of the diffraction swordsmanship in only 4 days. As far as they knew, the fastest time for a disciple of the clan hall to practice the first level of the inferior human rank martial art was 15 days. After giving themselves a boost of courage, the two of them walked more firmly. "I'll go first." Chen Guzhan jumped into the ring, followed by Chen Zong. Chen Fenghua stood below the ring and watched. "I'll test your current strength first. Take my fist." It was unknown when Chen Guzhan had put on a pair of black boxing gloves on his fists. The surface of his fists was embedded with iron plates. His strong body rushed out, and his fist shattered the air, bringing along an astonishing wind pressure as it blasted towards Chenzong. The strength of 1,500 pounds suddenly broke out. It was very terrifying. The sword light was dazzling. It broke through the air and almost touched Chen Guzhan's arm. It was aimed at his shoulder, forcing Chen Guzhan to withdraw his fist and dodge. Then, there was no then. Chen Zong suppressed Chen Guzhan with his sword, forcing him to retreat and dodge constantly. He could not find a chance to fight back. "Stop, stop, stop!" Chen Guzhan shouted helplessly. He thought that since he became a martial artist a few months earlier than Chen Zong, he should be more powerful than him. He did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage as soon as he started fighting. It was too unreasonable. Chen Guzhan did not know that Chen Zong had practiced 3 sword techniques to the imperceptible realm. His control of his own strength and the rhythm of the battle had reached a new height. Unless Chen Guzhan had a similar breakthrough or completely suppressed Chen Zong in terms of absolute strength, he would not be a match for him. Next, I'm going to perform the multiple mountains fist technique. It's very powerful. You have to be careful. Chen Guzhan said seriously. He gathered his strength and concentrated. His chi and blood surged as he punched. Mountain Crush. With a loud roar, the fist that Chen Zong sent out seemed to rapidly grow larger in front of his eyes. It was as if a mountain had descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed down. That kind of pressure made it difficult for Chen Zong to move. From Chen Fenghua's point of view, Chen Guzhan punched at Chen Zong. The shadow around his fist was like a mountain, expanding to 1 meter in size. Light-splitting shadow. With a low roar, Chen Zong's body swayed slightly. His fine iron sword broke through the air and turned into 2 dazzling sword lights. The sword lights were shattered. Chen Guzhan's mountain fist shadow dissipated. Only his fist was still punching at Chen Zong. The fine iron sword shook like a long whip and hit Chen Guzhan's fist hard, making a sound of metal clashing. The sword light flashed continuously. The sword hit the back of Chen Guzhan's hand, wrist, and arm again and again, causing him great pain. "Stop, stop, stop. I admit defeat." Chen Guzhan desperately retracted his arm, but found that Chen Zong's sword seemed to be everywhere. He could only shout again. "You've practiced the first level of light-splitting sword technique to the beginner level." Chen Guzhan asked in shock while rubbing his arm. "Just the beginner level." Chen Zong answered honestly. "Uh-huh, I have something to do. I'll leave first." Chen Fenghua's handsome face twitched slightly. He let out a dry laugh and turned to leave quickly. For days. In just 4 days, he had practiced the first level of low-class mortal realm sword technique to the beginner level. This kind of monster, whoever wanted to fight with him, he didn't want to be tortured. It was obvious that Chen Fenghua was traumatized by his repeated defeats when he was still a martial disciple. "I'll fight with you when I get a pair of arm guards." Chen Guzhan also jumped down from the ring and ran away. Chen Zong was speechless. He shook his head and smiled. He put his sword back into the scabbard and also jumped down from the ring and walked towards his room. When practicing foundation-building martial arts, weapons usually have more advantages. But for mortal realm martial arts, as long as they are of the same level, they all have their own advantages. When operating the chi and blood, the body's strength will be enhanced. For example, the 4th level of the chi and blood realm will increase by about 1,000 pounds. But it's not absolute. Some people can better control their strength and can reach 1,000 pounds or even more. But some people can't and can only increase it by 700 pounds or 800 pounds. The chi and blood operation of low-class martial arts is different from the operation of martial arts. The focus is on the instantaneous burst, which is a kind of consumption. Martial arts cultivate and strengthen the qi and blood, aiming to be continuous and stable. Therefore, the power released by low-class martial arts is more powerful. It's normal for it to be a few times more powerful. Therefore, the power of low-class martial arts is equal to the power released by the body's own strength and the unique way of qi and blood operation. Qin Guzhan's arm has a strength of 1,500 pounds. The increase of qi and blood is equivalent to 1,000 pounds. The instantaneous burst of the first level of multiple mountains fist technique at the beginner level can increase it by at least 10%. The total amount can reach 2,600 pounds. This is the theoretical upper limit. My arm strength is 1,000 pounds. The first level of diffraction sword technique can also increase my qi and blood strength by 10%, which is 2,100 pounds. I'm not as good as Qin Guzhan. Just now, when the diffraction shadow sword collided with Qin Guzhan's mountain crush, the two sword lights were directly shattered. Qin Guzhan still had strength left. This was proof. But Qin Zong felt that even if his strength was not as good as his opponent's, there was still room for improvement. The diffraction shadow sword technique at the beginner level has two sword lights on the left and right. It's equivalent to attacking two different parts of the target at the same time. It can also attack two targets at the same time. But if they are stacked together and only attack one target, will the power be stronger? Chapter 29. The fire in the furnace was red and swaying. The light from the fire shone on Qin Zong's face. His face was covered with sweat, and drops of red luster slowly slid down. His left hand held the iron pliers tightly and clamped the thick iron that was red from the heat. His steel-like arm was as steady as a mountain. His right hand held the 50-pound hammer, raised it, and hammered it down. The clanging sound echoed in the forging room along with countless sparks. One hammer, two hammers, three hammers. Qin Zong did not stop. He hammered repeatedly and hammered again and again. Ordinary iron was the raw material used to forge ordinary iron-level weapons. It needed to be refined from crude iron, and crude iron came from iron ore. After the iron ore was melted at high temperature and the impurities were separated, it became crude iron. The hammer hammered down, light or heavy, fast or slow. The four essentials of forging were constantly changing. There were still many impurities in the crude iron. It needed to be burned red at high temperature and hammered repeatedly to remove the impurities. Hammering was not done blindly. It needed skill. Otherwise, the crude iron that was hammered out would not be able to become ordinary iron, but would become useless slag. A normal martial artist would need about a month to grasp the basics of the four essentials of forging. However, to apply it, one would need to repeatedly hammer and correct it through comparison and correction. Finally, one would truly grasp it. The crude iron that was originally the size of a human head shrank little by little under Qin Zong's repeated hammering. After hammering for a while, the crude iron gradually cooled down, increasing the difficulty of hammering. Qin Zong sent the crude iron into the furnace, pulled the bellows, and calcined it with fire, making it red and soft again. He's really arrogant. Does he think he can grasp the four essentials of forging and forge ordinary iron in 3 days? Outside the forging room, Chun Chi sneered with disdain. Haha, who knows? Chen Wu's honest face showed a smile. Maybe he can really succeed. Do you believe what you just said? Chen Seven asked. Chen Wuho smiled again and did not answer. Believe it? Of course not. Whether it was him or Chun Chi, it took them more than a month to forge ordinary iron. Therefore, Elder Lai kept them. It had only been 3 days, and this was the first time he had come into contact with blacksmithing. To think that he could forge an ordinary piece of metal in such a short period of time was no different from a dream. Qin Zong took out the iron again and hammered it repeatedly. Finally, with one hammering, the iron cracked. It's useless. Qin Zong couldn't help but shake his head. This was the third piece of iron he had broken. Putting down the hammer, Chunzong carefully recalled his forging process, thinking about where he had not grasped the timing, where he had used the wrong strength, where he needed to improve, and so on. His right arm was sore and numb, so it was not suitable for him to continue forging. Chunzong packed up and left. After finishing his meal, he returned to the corner of the training grounds to practice his sword. Splitting light, sweeping shadow. With a slash of his sword, the two sword lights split into two and attacked the same place at the same time. After the sword lights passed, the ground seemed to have been split open, leaving behind a 1-meter-long sword mark. Attacking one target alone has indeed increased the power, but if I can combine the two sword lights into one, the power will definitely be stronger. Unfortunately, this was a kind of change in application. At present, it was not helpful for the practice of splitting light, but it could improve the power of Chunzong's sword to a certain extent. If I practice splitting light, sweeping shadow to the primary level, I can split out 4 sword lights. And if I practice it to the advanced level, I can split out 8 sword lights. However, the difficulty of practicing a grade-level martial art was many times higher than that of a foundation-level martial art. It took Chunzong 4 days to get the beginner level, and he was inspired by the 4 essentials of forging. It would not be so easy to reach the primary level. After practicing splitting light, Chunzong practiced the other 4 foundation-level sword techniques, especially the 8 moves of the true sword. After returning to his room, he practiced fierce tiger skill, but the improvement of his cultivation was very slow. I refined my blood and chi 7 times before I broke through, but it was still so difficult to improve my cultivation. Wouldn't it be even harder for those who only refine their blood and chi 3 times? Chunzong could not help but feel that cultivation was not easy. Even so, he had to persevere. On the 4th day, after practicing for a while, Chunzong went to the foundry to forge again. He did not want to be driven away by Elder Lai after 10 days. The furnace was burning fiercely, calcining the rough iron. Chunzong recalled the experience of forging 2 days ago. When the rough iron was burning red, he took it out and hammered it. He failed again. Elder Lai did not pay attention to him. On the 5th day, Chunzong acted as usual. After learning from his previous failures, combined with the essence of the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing, his own understanding, and his control over his strength, he hammered on it repeatedly. The rough iron gradually became smaller, and in the end, it became an irregular iron brick. Putting down the hammer, he picked up the iron brick and looked at it carefully. The surface was bumpy and uneven, compared with the flat and square, ordinary iron blocks piled in the corner of the foundry. It was completely ugly. However, Chunzong smiled. No matter how ugly it was an ordinary iron block. It proved that he had succeeded. But it's not enough, Chunzong said to himself. After a short rest, he began to throw the second piece of rough iron into the furnace. He wanted to grasp the feeling of successfully forging an ordinary iron block and consolidate it. After a while, the second ordinary iron block was forged. Compared with the first one, it was obviously much better. That's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Chunzong smiled and left after tidying up. On the 6th day, on the 7th day, on the 8th day, on the 9th day, on the 10th day, every day, Chunzong was improving. Not only was his cultivation improving, but his swordsmanship was improving as well. Even his forging skills were improving. Elder Lai, this is the ordinary iron block I forged. Please have a look. Chunzong took the ordinary iron block he forged and handed it to Elder Lai, who walked into the foundry. Why are you still here? Elder Lai glanced at Chunzong and recognized him after thinking for a while. Then he said in a harsh tone, "Let me take a look. What I hate the most in my life are those who cheat and deceive their superiors and subordinates." Elder Lai took the ordinary iron block and looked at it. He was instantly enraged. His terrifying aura was like a volcanic eruption. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire, as if he wanted to burn Chunzong to ashes. The aura made Chunzong's face change drastically, and he retreated. The other two martial artists who were working for Elder Lai's bellows trembled. This was the aura of a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the Blood Chi realm. Even a Blood Chi realm level 9 martial artist would not feel good. You dare say that you forged this? Elder Lai clenched his fist tightly, and the ordinary piece of iron let out a creaking sound. It was actually twisted by his grip. Chunzong was shocked to see that. How strong was that? If his bones were grabbed, they would instantly turn into powder. Elder, if you don't believe me, I can forge one on the spot. Chunzong braced himself and said. It was too scary. The aura of an angry Elder Lai was too scary. All right, I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Although Elder Lai was angry, he did not lose his mind. He was surprised that a mere Blood Chi realm level 4 martial artist did not go limp under the impact of his aura and could even speak fluently. He decided to give Chunzong a chance. Exhaling, Chunzong felt a little weak all over. He started the fire and worked the bellows skillfully like flowing water. It made Elder Lai's eyes light up slightly. The layman watched for the excitement while the expert watched for the skill. The expert could tell at a glance whether one was capable or not. Elder Lai could not help but feel a little expectant. As Chunzong threw in the rough iron and waited until it was red hot, he clamped it out and placed it firmly on the anvil. He raised the sledgehammer with his right hand. Elder Lai's eyes lit up even more as if he had practiced it hundreds and thousands of times. Chen Wuho and Chen Qi, who came in later, were also stunned by Chunzong's every move. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Every move was more skillful and perfect than theirs. The hammer fell. The first sound rang out. It was unusually sonorous, and it made Chen Wuho and Chen Qi shudder. Elder Lai's eyes lit up even more. He saw a very unique charm in that hammer. It could only be achieved by mastering the 4 essentials of blacksmithing to a certain extent. Did I discover a genius? Elder Lai roared in his heart. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. He hammered repeatedly, and countless sparks shot out. It was very dazzling. In Elder Lai's opinion, although the changes in strength and angle were not perfect, and there were still many areas that needed improvement, it was only 10 days. If it were Chen Wuho and Chen Qi, they would not be able to reach this level even after 3 or 4 months. Under the witness of Elder Lai and the others, Chunzong forged a piece of ordinary iron. Regardless of appearance or quality, it was the same as the square ordinary iron pieces placed in the corner. Good. Elder Lai was very excited. His curly beard was sticking up. From now on, you are my disciple. Elder Lai pointed at Chunzong and announced directly. Chen Wuho and Chen Qi, as well as the 2 warriors in the forging room who were pulling the bellows, trembled. They were very envious. There were a total of 5 elders in the clan hall. Elder Lai was one of them. To be accepted as a disciple by an elder was something that many disciples in the clan hall dreamed of. It was a great honor. Elder, can you teach me swordsmanship? Chunzong was not as ecstatic as expected. Instead, he asked calmly, I don't practice swordsmanship. How can I teach you swordsmanship? Elder Lai said excitedly, but I can teach you how to forge swords and let you become a blacksmith. Sorry, Elder. I came to the workshop just to earn some contribution points. Chunzong shook his head. Practicing swordsmanship took up a lot of his time and energy. If not for contribution points, he would not have come here. One had to know that forging ordinary iron pieces every day took up a lot of his time. You mean to reject me? Silly. You have the talent to be a blacksmith. Why don't you practice swordsmanship instead of being a blacksmith? Elder Lai was so angry that he stomped his feet. Do you know how many people want to be my disciple, but I don't like them? Now that I like you, you actually reject me. Chunzong was silent. Elder Lai was anxious and angry, but he could not do anything to Chunzong. This made Chen Wuho and the others even more envious and jealous. I'm so angry. Elder Lai stomped his feet. There was a roar in the forging room. Looking at Elder Lai, who left angrily, Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. What was going on? Could he still stay in the workshop to earn contribution points? Chapter 30. After some hard work, it's time to show off some of my skills. You used a little too much force in that strike. The speed of your hammer should be a little slower. In the forging room, Chunzong swung the iron hammer while Elder Lai watched from the side and commented from time to time. Even though Chunzong had refused to be his disciple and left in a rage, Chunzong still came to the forging room the next day as usual. Elder Lai acted as if nothing had happened. However, his attitude towards Chunzong was obviously much better than before. He even ran over to Chunzong's place to give Chunzong pointers from time to time. Chunzong naturally would not reject someone's pointers. His blacksmithing skills improved by leaps and bounds. September 6th, 395 Jinwu calendar. Chunzong had been a martial artist for more than 20 days. Sword practice, splitting light, sweeping shadow. In an instant, 2 sword gleams pierced through the air. One could still tell that there were 2 blurry sword gleams beside the 2 sword gleams. I'm about to break through, Chunzong muttered to himself as he continued to practice. Over and over again, he continued to practice until there were 4 clear sword gleams in one strike. Splitting 4 sword gleams was the first stage of the diffraction swordsmanship, the initial stage of the diffraction swordsmanship. From the time he came into contact with the diffraction swordsmanship to the initial stage of the first stage, it took him a total of 20 days. Compared to when he was practicing the 8 forms of the true sword, his progress was about the same. This made Chunzong realize how extraordinary the 8 forms of the true sword were. Maybe I should spend more time practicing the 8 forms of the true sword to the minute subtlety realm, Chunzong muttered to himself. Maybe the mysterious sword tip will give me a better sword technique after I practice the 8 forms of the true sword to the minute subtlety realm. After practicing the 8 forms of the true sword 30 times, he returned to his room and rested for a while before practicing the first stage of the fierce tiger technique. After more than 20 days of cultivation, his vitality had increased significantly, but there was still a long way to go before he could reach level 5. Chunzong estimated that without the aid of external help, such as the beast blood pill, it would take him at least a year to reach level 5 of the vitality realm through his own efforts. If it was like this for someone like him who had tempered his blood chi 7 times, those who had tempered their blood chi 3 times would need many years to reach the 5th stage of the blood chi realm without external help. Moreover, as one aged, one's chi and blood would slowly deteriorate. Unless one could break through to the 7th level of the chi and blood realm and form a minor circulation of chi and blood, this deterioration could only be delayed. After a while, I'll be able to receive the first month's mission reward. I wonder how many contribution points I'll get. The reward for being an apprentice in the smithy was closely related to the evaluation given by Elder Lai. Now that Elder Lai had taken a liking to him, his evaluation should not be low. On September 10th, the year 395 of the Jinwu calendar, Chunzong had been in the clan hall for 1 year. Afternoon. In the smithy, Chunzong swung his iron hammer to forge a piece of common iron. He lifted the hammer and brought it down again, gently hammering on the thick iron. Instantly, he hammered harder and brought it down again. After more than 20 days of repeated use and Elder Lai's occasional guidance, the 4 essentials of light, heavy, urgent, and slow had reached a level where he could change them freely. If it was compared to a martial art, Chunzong had now reached the realm of great accomplishment. In just a short period of time, the thick iron did not need to be sent into the furnace to be heated red. It was already forged into a piece of common iron by Chunzong. It was 10 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters tall. Its surface was flat and smooth, and its texture was fine. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a piece of superior common iron. A common iron sword forged from such a piece of common iron would usually be better in terms of hardness, toughness, and sharpness. After doing some calculations, this was the 44th piece of common iron that Chunzong had personally forged since coming to the smithy. It was enough to forge 44 common iron swords or sabers. I'll forge one today. After packing up quickly, Chun Zong bade farewell to Chen Wuho and Chun Chi before leaving the smithy. "Brother, take care." Chen Wuho waved his hand with a smile. He had not paid much attention to this brother of his in the beginning, but now he admired him very much. There was also an indescribable jealousy in his heart. Chen Chi was very envious and also a little embarrassed. After all, what he said before was not very pleasant. If there were no accidents, today should be the day that the new disciples would enter the outer hall of the clan hall. Chen Yiming should also be here. "Chen Jigang, why are you here?" Before he saw Chen Yiming, Chen Zong met someone he did not expect to see. When Chen Jigang saw Chen Zong, he was shocked at first. His face was full of vigilance. Then he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Humph, if you can come, of course I can come too." After staring at Chen Jigang for a few seconds, Chen Zong suddenly smiled and did not pay attention to him anymore. He remembered that the clan hall seemed to have a rule. If those who failed the branch family martial disciple battle could raise their cultivation level to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm and become martial artists within a year, they would also be qualified to enter the clan hall. Chen Jigang was in this situation. Regarding this rule, Chen Zong only learned about it after he became a martial artist. "Chen Jigang, the clan hall is not the same as the family," Chen Zong said. Whether or not he understood was his business. "I will surpass you and then trample you under my feet." Chen Jigang clenched his fist, his face full of anger. Shaking his head, Chen Zong did not pay attention to Chen Jigang anymore. With Chen Jigang's ability, he was nothing in the clan hall. Soon, he would realize the truth. Even if Chen Jigang could rise, so what? If he could defeat him twice, then he could defeat him 3 times. The gap between the two would only grow bigger and bigger. In the outer hall, Chen Zong found Chen Yiming. "Brother Zong." Seeing Chen Zong, Chen Yiming was very excited. "Not bad. As an outer hall disciple, you have to work hard to cultivate. Strive to refine your qi and blood to the limit and break through to become a martial artist." Chen Zong encouraged. "Brother Zong, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and catch up to your footsteps." Chen Yiming was full of confidence. Everyone who had just arrived at the clan hall was like this. Chen Yiming practiced fist techniques, so he was assigned to the fist technique group. Chen Zong practiced sword techniques, so he could not provide much help to Chen Yiming in terms of cultivation. As for the tiger strength fist technique, he had already said everything that needed to be said before. "How are my father, aunt, and ally?" Chen Zong quickly asked. This was also one of the main reasons why he came to find Chen Yiming. "With Aunt Beeching taking care of them, Uncle Zong is doing well. They asked me to tell Brother Zong to cultivate well and not to worry about them." Chen Yiming smiled. "An ally. He has already reached the 1st level of the Qi and Blood realm. Brother Zong, guess how much strength he has with one arm? 700 Jin?" Chen Zong originally wanted to guess 600 Jin, but after thinking about it, Yang Lai was born with great strength. Perhaps after his cultivation increased, the increase in strength would exceed the standard. "Brother Zong, how did you guess?" Chen Yiming, who originally wanted to show off, immediately became excited. "It's exactly 700 Jin. When Alai's cultivation reaches the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi and Blood realm, the strength of one arm will definitely exceed 1,000 Jin. His heavy punch will also be at the entry level. Just thinking about it is terrifying." Chen Zong also smiled. Every time he spoke with Chen Yiming, he felt very happy. Yang Lai's cultivation progress also made him feel very satisfied. The two of them chatted for a while. Chen Zong encouraged Chen Yiming again and told Chen Yiming that if there was anything he needed, he could come and find him. He would also come and see him from time to time before leaving. Back in his room, Chen Zong began cultivating the fierce tiger technique. He could feel the qi and blood force rushing through his body endlessly. It was as if his entire body was filled with powerful strength, intoxicating him. However, the cultivation of qi and blood force required a certain amount of attention. Once it exceeded the limit, it would cause damage to one's body, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Taking out the small sword scripture, Chen Zong flipped through it and interpreted it word by word. Every time he read the contents of a small sword scripture, he would never get tired of it. On the contrary, the more he read, the more interesting it became. The more he read, the deeper Chunzong's understanding of swords and sword techniques. After reading it again, Chunzong put it back in its original position. He planned to take a walk outside. Just as he opened the door, he saw someone reaching out to knock on the door. "What's the matter?" Chunzong asked. "You must be Chunzong. This is an invitation for you." The person handed a bright red, gilded invitation to Chunzong, his eyes filled with confusion and envy. Invitation. Chunzong was confused and took the invitation. With a bright red background, there were 3 large golden words and a golden dragon that looked as if it was about to soar into the sky. Rising Dragon Invitation. Looking at the 3 large golden words, Chunzong was even more confused. He couldn't help but open the invitation and immediately understood. This Rising Dragon Invitation was sent by the Tang family. To be more precise, it was sent by Tang Junluo to Chunzong. The purpose was to invite Chunzong to participate in the Rising Dragon assembly hosted by the Tang family in a morning 3 days later. Tang Junluo, Rising Dragon Assembly. Chunzong closed the invitation and pondered, could it be that Tang Junluo successfully broke through the limit and tempered his qi and blood 8 times? Originally, tempering one's qi and blood 7 times was the limit in Martial Wind City. Tempering one's qi 8 times was breaking the limit and breaking the record, creating an even higher record. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tang Junluo was the #1 genius in the history of Martial Wind City. Since that was the case, it was only natural that the Tang family would host a grand event for him. Other than that, Chunzong couldn't think of anything else. 3 days later? That's great. I've been in Martial Wind City for a year now, but other than going in and out, I've never seen the scenery of Martial Wind City. Oh well, I'll take this opportunity to visit. Keeping the Rising Dragon invitation, Chunzong smiled. Tang Junluo must have sent him an invitation because they had a draw when they were martial disciples. Otherwise, with his background, how could he have caught Tang Junluo's attention? Presumably, the person who had sent him the invitation card just now was confused as to why a Qi and Blood Realm 4th stage disciple from a branch family could receive an invitation card from the Tang family. That was probably why he was envious. Then, other than himself, there should be other geniuses who were invited. The purpose was naturally to show off Tang Junluo's outstanding abilities. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong could meet the geniuses of the other families. The path of a martial artist was never a one-man show. If one wanted to become stronger, they couldn't lack opponents, but they also needed friends. The matter of the Rising Dragon invitation did not affect Chunzong's normal cultivation. Every day, he would go to the foundry to forge a few pieces of ordinary iron and practice the spectral sword art and fierce tiger art. Every aspect of his cultivation was improving bit by bit. Chapter 31. The second guest supporting character of this book, Yang Yigu, is here. He is the disciple of this book's fan list, scholar aversion to brushes. Applause. There was an endless stream of people, and it was bustling with activity. It was Chunzong's first time in Wind Martial City, so he was a little overwhelmed. However, he did not forget the purpose of this trip. The Martial Certificate Tower was the only property of the Tang family. It was very famous in Wind Martial City and had a high threshold. Only martial artists were qualified to enter. If one was not a martial artist, it would be useless even if one was the young master of family. After asking a few questions, Chunzong approached the Martial Certificate Tower and looked up. The Martial Certificate Tower was 5 stories tall. It was mainly dark red with golden edges. It had a majestic and noble air about it. It was like a giant standing on the ground and would not move no matter how strong the wind and rain hit it. The first floor of the Martial Proof Tower required one to be a martial artist to enter. The second floor was only accessible to martial artists who were rather famous in Martial Wind City. As for the third floor, one had to be at least at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood Realm. As for the 4th and 5th floor, one had to be above Qi Blood Realm. At this moment, because the Tang family was organizing the Rising Dragon League for Tang Junluo, the martial certificate tower rejected all irrelevant people and left 2 family martial artists as guards at the entrance. I'm a young master of the Drizzle Gang. Why can't I enter? Chunzong walked to the entrance and heard a sharp shout. It sounded very dissatisfied. You don't have an invitation. One of the 2 guards said expressionlessly without any anger. His tone was dry, and he did not care about the other party at all. The Drizzle Gang and Big Rain Gang were just small fries in front of the Tang family. Chunzong walked to the entrance of the Martial Certificate Tower. Naturally, he was stopped. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Go back. The young master of the Drizzle Gang, who was in a gorgeous martial attire, had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw Chunzong, who was in a gray martial attire, walking over with the intention of entering the Martial Certificate Tower, he immediately scolded him. It was obvious that the martial attire was made of coarse cloth. Only martial artists with no background would wear it. Move. Chunzong's eyes were as sharp as swords, and they pierced right into the eyes of the Drizzle Gang's young master, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and take a small step back. Then he realized something, and his face flushed red with anger. This is my invitation. Chunzong went around the young master of the Drizzle Gang and took out the Rising Dragon invitation, handing it to one of the guards. The 2 guards were very surprised. Judging from the way he dressed, Chunzong must be from an ordinary family, but he was invited. I was wondering where my invitation went. So, you were the one who stole it. The young master of the Drizzle Gang rushed over angrily and directly slandered him. Scram! Chunzong was enraged, and his voice was like a tiger's roar. The young master of the Drizzle Gang seemed to see a strong and tall tiger roaring at him. That kind of momentum was so terrifying that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. He could not help but take a few steps back. You're Chunzong. A guard opened the invitation and looked at it, then looked at Chunzong and asked. Yes. Chunzong was neither servile nor overbearing. Please come in. The guard's expression softened a little. He stepped aside and returned the invitation to Chunzong. This scene caused a lot of discussion among the people outside. They could not understand how a person who looked like an ordinary person could enter the Martial Proof Tower to participate in the Rising Dragon League. One should know that those who came from a good family, no matter how low-key they were, would definitely not wear ordinary clothes when entering such a grand event. I can feel that his vitality force is not strong. He's most likely at the 4th stage of the vitality realm. Could he be a disciple of a senior? His name is Chunzong. Don't you think this name sounds familiar? The 1st floor was empty. The 2nd floor was empty as well. Chunzong stepped onto the 3rd floor. He was not the first to arrive. There were already dozens of people gathered on the 3rd floor. Every one of them was a youth under the age of 20. They were all wearing martial attire of different colors. Some were gorgeous, while others were reserved. They were very close-fitting and were completely tailor-made. One look, and one could tell that the material was extraordinary. Chunzong's arrival attracted a lot of attention. It was normal at first, but those people were shocked. Who are you? Why did you sneak in? Get out immediately. Clothes make the man. Chunzong's clothes were too ordinary. It cannot be helped. It was not that he did not want to wear better clothes, but he did not have any. I have an invitation. Chunzong waved the red invitation in his hand and said, Your invitation can't be fake, right? There were still some people who did not let it go. No matter how good their temper was, they would still be unhappy to hear such words. Hello, I'm Tang Junhao. I'm the elder brother of the Rising Dragon League's protagonist, Tang Junluo. Can you let me see the invitation? At this moment, a youth wearing a purple martial attire with a golden dragon walked over with big strides. His face was full of smiles, and his tone was gentle. Chunzong handed the invitation over. Tang Junhao opened it and looked at it. His eyes were filled with surprise. You're Chunzong? Yes. Chunzong nodded. So it's you. This invitation was personally given to you by Junluo. Welcome to Junluo's Rising Dragon League. Find a place to sit first. When everyone is here, the banquet will begin. Tang Junhao returned the invitation to Chunzong. Only then did the crowd realize that this ordinary-looking person really did have an invitation. Moreover, he was personally invited by today's protagonist, Tang Junluo. They were all shocked. Chunzong, this name sounds familiar. Could he be one of the Wind Marshal 6 young heroes? Chunzong from the Chun family? So it's him. He's just a disciple from a branch family. After knowing Chunzong's identity, they lost interest. A person from a branch family, and from a place where the Chun family emphasized on relying on one's own ability to strive for the top. Without any backing, he would quickly fade into the crowd after standing out for a while. After all, if one performed well as a martial disciple, it would be hard for them to maintain their previous bravery after becoming a martial artist. Thinking about this time, many people who were called Wind Marshal young heroes were not qualified to enter. This was the proof. Chunzong still didn't know that he had been crowned as one of the 6 young heroes of Wind martial arts. He was a little surprised, smiled, put away the invitation, and glanced at it. The 3rd floor was very big. Its length and width were estimated to be 30 to 40 meters, and its height was 5 to 6 meters. The decorations were simple and unadorned. There were chairs placed all around, and between every 2 chairs was a table. On the table, there were fresh fruits, exquisite pastries, and brewed tea. In the corners, there were bronze dragon-shaped incense burners burning with sandalwood. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, making people feel refreshed. He casually found an empty chair and sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was fragrant, swirling in the cup, and the smoke lingered like clouds. He picked up a piece of exquisite pastry and put it in his mouth, tasting it carefully. It was indeed very delicious. He had never eaten it since he was a child, especially when he ate the pastry and drank the tea. The 2 completely different fragrances complemented each other. The feeling of reverberating in his mouth was even more wonderful. Ignoring other people's gazes, Chunzong minded his own business and ate. Suddenly, a person walked to the chair opposite him and sat down. "Friend, would you like a cup of wine?" As soon as the person sat down, he gently put the wine gourd on the table and greeted Chunzong as if they were close friends. "No, thank you." Chunzong smiled slightly. "I see that you're also practicing sword. How can you practice sword without wine?" The person's eyebrows were like swords. His eyes seemed to be blurred, but they were clear. The corner of his mouth hung, and there was a smile on his face. He was handsome and wild. His white martial clothes were spotless, and a long sword on his back was blood red. "I practice sword, I don't drink." Chunzong smiled and said, "One person, one sentence." It sounded simple, but it also revealed the 2 people's different philosophies. "That's a pity." The person sighed. He opened the wine gourd and drank a mouthful. His face was full of satisfaction. Practicing sword while drinking wine, seeking the wind while drunk. "My name is Yang Yigu, and you are Chunzong." Chunzong felt that this person's thoughts were a bit jumpy, but it did not prevent them from getting to know each other and chatting. As they chatted, Chunzong realized that Yang Yigu had a good understanding of the Wind Marshal City. It obviously increased Chunzong's understanding of the Wind Marshal City. More and more people entered the 3rd floor. Li Zhenshi is here too. Zhao Wangcheng is here too. These 2 were defeated by Tang Junluo before. Now that they are here, I wonder if there will be a fierce battle. I'm looking forward to it. Tang Junluo, Li Zhenshi, and Zhao Wangcheng came from the Wind Marshal City's 3 great families. They were of the same age, and their talents were outstanding. Together, they were known as the Wind Marshal 3 Littling. However, ever since Tang Junluo defeated Li Zhenshi and Zhao Wangcheng, he had become the sole leader of the Wind Marshal City, suppressing the other 2. As for the battle between Tang Junluo and Chunzong, the Chun clan did not spread the news. Maybe it was because of the Tang clan's request, but the Tang clan would not spread the news. Chunzong also sized up Li Zhenshi and Zhao Wangcheng. These 2 had an imposing appearance, and he could tell that they were not ordinary people. Li Zhenshi carried a long sword on his back and had a smile on his face. It gave people a comfortable feeling, as if he was greeting everyone. He was wearing a white martial robe that was inlaid with silver. It was low-key, but there was a trace of luxury. Zhao Wangcheng had a long blade on his waist. His face was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. His black martial robe made him look even more unapproachable. As if he felt Chen Zong's gaze, Li Jinshu turned around and nodded slightly. Zhao Wangcheng's eyes were as cold as a blade. Li Jinshu from the Li clan and Zhao Wangcheng from the Zhao clan. These two have refined their blood 7 times. They are only a little bit away from completing the 8th. Yang Yigu took another sip of wine and said while shaking his head, "They are indeed nobles from the kingdom era. They have such a strong foundation." Kingdom era? Chen Zong was puzzled. Our current era is called the true martial era. The previous era was called the kingdom era. It was said that it was destroyed by demonic beasts. Yang Yigu seemed to be drunk. We have to thank the true martial era. Otherwise, ordinary people like us wouldn't have the chance to learn martial arts. Chen Zong heard this and thought about it. Sun Xiaojia, Zhou Guan, Wang Shenghong, Yang Feiyu, and Kong Lianshan. These 5 people, and you are called the Wind Martial 6 young heroes. Chen Zong noticed that when Yang Yigu mentioned Yang Feiyu's name, there was a slight change in his tone. He couldn't help but look at Yang Feiyu. He was wearing a sky blue martial robe and carrying a long sword on his back. He looked high-spirited. They were both surnamed Yang. Maybe they were related, but it had nothing to do with him. Chen Zong didn't plan to find out. Chapter 32. Chen Zong, this kind of occasion is not for someone like you. Hurry up and leave. An undisguised reprimand rang out, attracting everyone's attention. What does it have to do with you? Chen Zong looked at Chun He, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He was surprised at first, but soon responded indifferently. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? Firstly, I'm your brother. Secondly, this kind of occasion can only be attended by people with a certain status and strength. Look at you, you're only at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. You're just a branch family disciple. What qualifications do you have to enter? I told you to leave quickly, so you should leave immediately. Otherwise, you'll embarrass the Chun family. Chun He's face darkened, and his tone was hurried as he bombarded Chen Zong. I have an invitation. Chen Zong said calmly. You have an invitation? Chen He was startled at first, then laughed loudly. Are you kidding? You think you can get an invitation from the Rising Dragon League? The other 2 people who went upstairs at the same time as Chun He were a man and a woman. They frowned slightly and strode over. They didn't know what was going on either. What a joke. Just by being a martial disciple, you've tempered your blood chi 6 times and broke through to become a martial warrior. If you're not qualified to enter this place, then what is? Yang Yigu leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and spoke neither slowly nor quickly. Refined chi and blood 6 times. 6 wind martial disciples. Chun He's face changed, and his heart felt like it was struck by lightning. Impossible! How can a branch family disciple do that? But when he saw the mocking gazes from his side, Chun He realized that it was true. While he was out training, something happened in the Chun family hall that he didn't know about. It's true that Chen Zong has an invitation. It's also true that he was invited by the Rising Dragon League. Moreover, it was Jun Luo who personally invited him. Tang Juanhao walked over with a face full of displeasure. His gaze was cold, and the aura of a superior fell on Chun He. Chun He, you're not welcome here. Please leave. You can't do this. Chun He's face changed, and so did the other 2 people who came with him. Once he left like this, Chun He would become a laughingstock. I don't want to say the same thing twice. Tang Juanhao's expression was cold. All right, I'll leave now. Although Chun He's face was gloomy and the anger in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, he still had a trace of reason to restrain himself. This was the martial proof tower, the property of the Tang family, and also the place where the Rising Dragon League was being held. If he were to explode, it would be satisfying for a moment, but the consequences would be severe, and it was not something he could bear. His ferocious gaze swept over Chen Zong's face. Then he turned around and strode down the stairs. Those who can come here are qualified to accept the invitation of the Tang group. I don't want to hear such words again, Tang Juanhao said loudly, secretly warning Qinzong. He nodded to Qinzong and left. You're Qinzong's cousin, the one who learned swordsmanship from Sister Chuyan? One of the two people who came with Qinzong looked at him suspiciously and asked, I'm Qinzong. Qinzong nodded. I'm Chen Hongying. You should call me Sister Chuyan, Chen Hongying said with a playful smile. I'm Chen Xia. I've heard that there's an amazing person in the Martial Disciple Hall who won the King of First seats consecutively. I didn't expect you to refine your blood chi 6 times and even get the title of Wind Martial 6 Heroes. You're indeed extraordinary. Chen Xia smiled and said in a friendly tone, Brother Chen Xia, you're too kind. Qinzong said with a smile. Since Chen Shiyun and the others went to the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy, Chen Xia was the #1 expert of the Chen family hall. Chen he was second, and Chen Hongying was third. The previous #1 expert was Chen Chuyan. In other words, if Chen Zong lived in Chen Chuyun's former courtyard, he would have to challenge Chen Xia and defeat him. Those who came to participate in the Rising Dragon League, other than those who were directly invited like Chen Zong, were the top 3 of each family's younger generation. At this moment, rhythmic footsteps sounded from the stairs. Everyone seemed to have realized something and looked up. They saw a figure slowly walking down the stairs from the 4th floor. A pair of purple gold dragon pattern battle shoes and an exquisite purple martial attire. The martial attire was gilded with golden dragon patterns. His eyes were bright and domineering, and he wore a purple gold ceremonial hat. He was the main character of today's banquet, Tang Junluo. Everyone, thank you for coming to participate in the Rising Dragon League hosted by my family. Tang Junluo strode over and sat on the reserved main seat. His aura was fully displayed, and his clear voice entered everyone's ears. His gaze swept across everyone's face and paused for a moment on Qinzong. Everyone, please sit. Tang Junluo gestured with his hand, and everyone sat down. The seats were just right. Junluo, you've refined your blood chi 8 times and broke through to become a martial artist, breaking our Martial Wind City's previous record and creating a new record. Congratulations. Tang Juanhao stood up and said, Let's use tea as wine and toast to Junluo. As it should be, that's something worth celebrating. From now on, our Martial Wind City will be better than the other 6 cities in this aspect. Everyone raised their teacups and toasted Tang Junluo. Only Yang Yigu continued to drink. Although this banquet was prepared by the Tang family, there were no elders present. The highest cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. It was completely an event for youngsters. The purpose of this Rising Dragon League is to congratulate Junluo and also to share the glory of the Tang family and Martial Wind City with everyone. The other purpose is to gather all the heroes and get to know each other. We can also take this opportunity to discuss martial arts and compare notes with each other. Tang Juanhao was like a spokesperson. Tang Junluo, I lost to you by half a move back then. Today, I'm here to challenge you again as a martial artist. Zhao Wangcheng stood up, his tone cold and his gaze sharp like a knife. I'll give you a chance, but not now, Tang Junluo said unhurriedly. Zhao Wangcheng did not force him and sat down again. Since that's the case, I'll start first. I heard that drunken sword Yang Yigu's sword gets stronger the more you drink. I've long wanted to experience it. Someone stood up and directly challenged Yang Yigu. This is a spar. Swords have no eyes. Please remember not to use your full strength. It's best if you don't use your chi and blood force. Tang Juanhao reminded. Drinking wine to practice the sword, seeking the wind in drunkenness. Take my sword. Yang Yigu's left hand grabbed the wine gourd and took a big gulp of wine. Her eyes were hazy as she pulled out her sword with her right hand. Her sword turned into a breeze and blew towards her opponent. That sword seemed to carry the fragrance of wine. It was as smooth as flowing water. Qinzong's eyes lit up. He had the urge to compete with Yang Yigu in swordsmanship. Swish! Swish! Yang Yigu continuously attacked with her sword, and like a gust of wind, she slowly moved forward. Moreover, She didn't use any martial arts, and she had already forced her opponent to continuously retreat. In the instant that her opponent attempted to use martial arts to counterattack, Yang Yigu's sword followed a slight opening and landed on her opponent's neck. The ice-cold feeling immediately made her opponent's entire body tremble, and goosebumps appeared on his neck. Drunken sword is indeed powerful. I've lost. Although this person was a little embarrassed, he admitted it generously. Do you want to drink together? Yang Yigu raised her gourd and asked. I don't like to drink. That person's expression changed, and he quickly answered, disappointing Yang Yigu. Yang Yigu, don't embarrass yourself here. Yang Feiyu coldly scolded. Then do you drink? Yang Yigu stepped back to her seat and signaled Yang Feiyu. Yang Feiyu's face was ashen. Yang Yigu, I'll fight you. If you lose, leave immediately. Yang Jin frowned and said in an unfriendly tone, if you lose, drink a cup. Yang Yigu seemed to like to ask people to drink. If I lose, I'll leave. Yang Jin would rather leave than drink Yang Yigu's wine, as if it was some kind of poison. You don't know how to appreciate it. Yang Yigu sighed softly and stood up again. Her footsteps seemed to be messy, but it was as if she was riding the wind and stepping on the moon. Her long sword was unsheathed, bringing a light hum and turning into a gentle breeze. The sword light was continuous, as if there was nothing it couldn't penetrate. Yang Jin immediately pulled out his sword and turned it into a sharp light that pierced through the air. Among the 3 great clans and 5 great clans, the Li clan and the Yang clan were both proficient in sword techniques, but their methods were different. What Yang Yigu used was not the Yang clan sword technique, but something she obtained by chance. Because this was a banquet, it was only a spar and not a battle of life and death. Usually, she wouldn't use a grade martial art. Of course, a grade martial art that didn't use blood chi was not as useful as a foundation establishment martial art. The foundation establishment martial art that Yang Yigu used was called the 7 Styles of Drunken Sword. It looked messy, but in reality, it was accurate. Yang Jin used the Yang clan's flying swan sword technique. His sword was like a flying swan, light and sharp. Both Yang Yigu and Yang Jin were at the 6th level of the blood chi realm, and their physique was also 1,000 caddies. Unless they had a fortuitous encounter or were willing to, the physique of martial artists from the 4th to 9th level of the blood chi realm was about the same. 1,000 caddies of strength represented a limit. A limit was not so easy to break. Their long swords collided again and again, messy and sharp. Yang Yigu swung her sword as she drank. Her sword technique became faster and sharper, gradually suppressing Yang Jin. Damn it! Yang Jin knew that things weren't looking good. If this continued, he would be defeated. He activated his blood chi and used a grade martial art. With a strike, the sword light became dazzling. Chi swirled around it and condensed into a flying eagle. It let out a sharp cry and fiercely pounced on Yang Yigu. Flying eagle sword technique, 1st grade, the realm of full mastery. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Yigu's body swayed and her footsteps staggered as if she was drunk. As her long sword swayed, the smell of alcohol permeated the air. The hazy sword light pierced through the air like clouds and fog. The smell of alcohol permeated the air, causing Yang Jin to feel a little dizzy. He only felt his vision blur for a moment. The originally hazy sword shadow dissipated and turned into an extremely sharp sword light, shattering the shadow of the flying eagle. The sword lightly patted the back of his hand, but Yang Jin felt as if the back of his hand was about to shatter. He could no longer hold the long sword and it fell from his hand. Then his throat felt as if it was pricked by a needle. He reached out and touched it, and there was a bit of blood. Yang Yigu had already sheathed her sword and returned to her seat with messy footsteps. Chapter 33. Today is junior brother Xianbing's birthday, and the author wishes him a happy birthday. Yang Yigu's swordsmanship was amazing. It seems to be chaotic, but it's in order, and it's right in the strange. Brother Yang, good swordsmanship. Zhong praised. I can see that you think highly of my swordsmanship. Yang Yigu shook his head and raised his wine gourd. He didn't forget to promote his wine. Give me a cup. Okay. Zhong picked up a new cup and put it down. He was very curious why Yang Yigu always asked people to drink his wine and why they all refused. Then, Zhong knew what bitter fruit was. How was this wine? It was clearly a cup of bitter water. Moreover, not only was it bitter, it was also very strong, making it even more difficult for people to accept. Zhong finally understood why those people had hurriedly refused Yang Yigu's invitation. You don't know how to appreciate it. Yang Yigu looked at Zhong, who was confused and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. My wine is brewed with more than a dozen kinds of first and second-grade herbs. It can nourish the body and nourish the qi and blood. Don't you think this wine is like a person who comes from a bad family and has to taste the bitter fruit before the sweet fruit comes? Zhong couldn't spit it out, so he just kept it in his mouth and let the bitterness fill his whole mouth. His scalp was numb. Slowly, Zhong keenly felt a trace of sweetness from the bitterness, which spread little by little. Finally, the bitterness was replaced by sweetness. The confusion on his face was replaced by a kind of pleasure. After swallowing it, he felt warm and comfortable all over. The sweetness comes after the bitterness. Good wine. Zhong sighed sincerely. His praise made Yang Yigu's eyes light up, as if he had found a confidant. From now on, I, Yang Yigu, regard you as my friend. Yang Yigu's hazy eyes seemed to become clear in an instant, and his tone was serious. Immediately, he returned to his original drunken and hazy appearance. That scene was like an illusion. If it were other people, especially those who came from a good family, they couldn't understand the taste of the bitter wine, but Zhong understood it. It was like a portrayal of the past 10 years, the present year, and the future. Yang Yigu was probably the same. At the banquet, another round of sparring ended. Kong Lianshan, you're nothing more than a commoner. What ability do you have to be ranked among the 6 young heroes? Get out here. I'll let you know that you don't have the qualifications. Wang Xinghong stood up and pointed at Kong Lianshan without any trace of politeness. As you wish. Kong Lianshan sat as still as a rock. His expression didn't change as he slowly stood up and walked to the center. Watch my fist. Wang Xinghong quickly rushed out. His fists were like rolling stones as they smashed towards Kong Lianshan. The sound of stones rolling down the mountain continuously rang out. This was the rolling stone fist technique, a foundation establishment martial art of the perfection stage. Kong Lianshan's expression was calm. He stretched out his arms and raised his palms, using the solid rock palm technique. Wang Xinghong's fists were ferocious and relentless, while Kong Lianshan's palms were as steady as rocks. One attacked, and the other defended. Both of them were at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and had refined their blood Qi 6 times. They were evenly matched in all aspects. Victory or defeat would depend on their battle prowess. As the fists and palms collided, the dull sound was like the roar of a drum. For a moment, Wang Xinghong couldn't break through Kong Lianshan's defense. The more they fought, the uglier his expression became. After all, he was the one who wanted to teach Kong Lianshan a lesson. On the other hand, Kong Lianshan's expression was calm. Giant rock break. After attacking for a long time, Wang Xinghong directly activated his qi and blood and used the first stage of the giant rock fist technique, giant rock break. The beginner stage of the giant rock break made Wang Xinghong's fist expand. It was as if it had turned into a giant rock as it smashed towards Kong Lianshan. Kong Lianshan's expression changed slightly. He immediately activated his qi and blood. His palms seemed to expand and rotate like a millstone. Immovable mountain. The first stage of the solid rock fist technique, beginner stage. After the collision, a terrifying dull sound entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble. Giant rock break. Wang Xinghong was furious that he couldn't break through Kong Lianshan's defense. He continuously activated his qi and blood and continuously used the giant rock break technique with his fists. Kong Lianshan also activated his chi and blood again and again, using the immovable mountain defense. The two of them seemed to be competing for energy. Using a low-ranked martial art required one's chi and blood to activate, which would consume one's chi and blood. Using it too many times would consume too much chi and reduce one's strength. After a few more attacks, Wang Xinghong's face turned pale. He had used up a lot of his chi and blood. If he continued to attack, it might damage his foundation. As he paused, Kong Lianshan took advantage of the opportunity to send out a palm strike. One of his palms was blocked, while the other landed on Wang Xinghong's chest. With a bang, Wang Xinghong was forced back. He felt as if his chest had been shattered, and the pain was unbearable. Humph! Wang Xinghong's pale face was filled with anger. He had failed to teach Kong Lianshan a lesson and was defeated instead. He was very angry, but he didn't say anything and sat down. Kong Lianshan is good at defense. If you fight against him, you either have to find his weakness or defeat him with a stronger attack. There is no other way, Shenzong thought to himself. Then people started to challenge each other, one battle after another. Most of the battles were based on foundation establishment martial arts. Moreover, they were all battles between people of the same cultivation level. Different people, different martial arts, and different fighting styles greatly broadened Shenzong's horizons and formed a kind of accumulation. Perhaps it wouldn't have any effect now, but as time passed, it would subtly influence Shenzong's future cultivation and make him move in a better direction. From time to time, he would talk with Yang Yigu and express their understanding of fighting and swordsmanship. Shenzong, you're just a branch family member. You're not qualified to be ranked among the 6 young heroes. Yang Feiyu's eyes were burning with anger. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Shenzong. Obviously, Yang Feiyu had transferred his anger toward Yang Yigu to Shenzong. He couldn't do anything to Yang Yigu, and Shenzong was having a good conversation with Yang Yigu. However, since someone had challenged him, Shenzong certainly wouldn't refuse. To be honest, after watching so many battles, his hands were already itching for a fight. He stood up, pulled out his sword, and walked toward Yang Feiyu. A branch family member is just a branch family member. You can't even afford a precious iron sword. Do you want me to give you one? Yang Feiyu glanced at the long sword in Shenzong's hand and sneered. Okay, I'll take the one in your hand. Shenzong's answer stunned Yang Feiyu, and then his face turned livid. The others were also shocked and couldn't help laughing. Yang Feiyu had shot himself in the foot. The value of a precious iron sword was not low, let alone giving it to a person he hated. Don't even think about it. Don't try to win a battle of words. Yang Feiyu's voice was cold and harsh. He stabbed his sword lightly and quickly. It was the consummate Fei Hong swordsmanship. One sword followed by another, and the sword light followed. It was like a flying swan, stabbing toward Shenzong from all angles. Shenzong looked indifferent. He turned his wrist, and the long sword stabbed out. The sharp cry of an eagle was heard, which made the others mistakenly think that an eagle was swooping down. It was very ear-piercing. In terms of level, the eagle strike swordsmanship and the Fei Hong swordsmanship were on par. However, Shenzong's eagle strike swordsmanship had reached the imperceptible realm, which was more powerful than the consummate Fei Hong swordsmanship. One sword after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of sword lights Yang Feiyu shot out were all shattered. The sword light was so sharp that it pierced between Yang Feiyu's eyebrows. It was so dazzling that he couldn't look at it directly. When he saw it clearly, he felt as if his eyebrows had been pricked by a needle. He reached out his hand and touched it. There was a scarlet spot. What a fast sword! What a sharp sword! The crowd exclaimed in low voices. Tang Junluo's eyes flashed. He could see that Shenzong's sword was faster, more accurate, and sharper. That's good, Tang Junluo said to himself. Otherwise, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment when I defeat you. Yang Yigu's left hand that was holding the wine gourd paused. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Shenzong's swordsmanship was beyond his expectations. With that, Yang Feiyu was defeated. Go to hell. Yang Feiyu was not satisfied. The more he looked at Qinzong, the more disgusted he felt. How dare he hurt him? Yang Feiyu couldn't stand it. He activated his qi and blood and performed the first level of the Eagle Strike swordsmanship. Eagle Strike. The sharp iron sword was like an eagle's beak. It stabbed fiercely at Qinzong's chest, trying to pierce through it. Stop! How dare you? The fierce tiger art increased his qi and blood circulation, greatly increasing his strength. The willow swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm made his body like the wind and his sword like a willow. As he swayed, the sword lightly touched the Eagle Strike. The Eagle Strike swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm attacked continuously around the Eagle Strike. It was extremely fast, accurate, and stable. The afterimage swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm was performed. The sword light was dazzling and instantly turned into shadows. The alternating light and shadow made people feel dizzy. Under the fierce tiger art and the qi and blood amplification, the three imperceptible realm swordsmanship alternated continuously. After defeating the Eagle Strike, the sword slashed at Yang Feiyu's face. It was fast, accurate, and stable, but it was ruthless and decisive. Yang Feiyu's pupils shrunk. His face was full of shock. However, the sword was too fast. It was mercilessly slashing at his throat. Show mercy! The group of people shouted. Tang Juanhao directly attacked. No one knew when he held a long spear in his hand. His qi and blood exploded. The spear stabbed at an astonishing speed like a meteor chasing after the moon. The tip of the spear lightly touched the tip of the sword. The terrifying power blocked Qinzong's sword. Qinzong quickly retracted his sword and retreated. However, the tip of his sword was still shattered. The long spear in Tang Juanhao's hand was of the best quality treasured iron level. The long sword in Qinzong's hand was of the ordinary fine iron level. It was inevitable that it would be damaged if they clashed head-on. Yang Feiyu, you're not welcome here. Please leave, Tang Juanhao said angrily. Everyone could see that his sword was meant to kill Qinzong. Yang Feiyu left with a pale face. I'm sorry. Your sword was damaged by me. I'll compensate you with a new one. Tang Juanhao turned to Qinzong and smiled. Men, bring me the fine iron sword. No, fine iron sword will do. Qinzong was shocked and quickly said, the tip of the sword was the most important part of sword. If it was damaged, the power of the sword would be greatly reduced. Without the fine iron sword, how can you have a good fight with me? Tang Junluo said. Everyone was shocked. Tang Junluo was implying that Qinzong could be his opponent. Wasn't he overestimating him? Very quickly, someone brought a treasured iron sword over and handed it to Tang Juanhao. Tang Juanhao then passed it to Qinzong and said in a firm tone, your swordsmanship is truly breathtaking. You are worthy of this sword. Chapter 34. The first update of the day is for you. The sword was 66 centimeters long, slightly longer than the one Qinzong used before. The widest part was 4 centimeters, the narrowest part was 3 centimeters, the thickest was 2 centimeters, and the thinnest was 8 centimeters. The blade was bronze in color, like a dragon opening its mouth to spit out the blade. The hilt was made of ebony wood, and the surface was frosted to increase grip strength. It also emitted a faint scent of sandalwood, making people feel refreshed. The head of the sword was in the shape of a dragon's tail, and it was also bronze in color. It weighed 26 kilograms. There were wavy patterns on the blade, which glowed with a faint blue light. It was obvious that it was extremely sharp. It was a good sword. Qinzong couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, it didn't suit him well. Swords were like people. They were all different, and not all were suitable. But it doesn't matter. I can make some adjustments, Qinzong said to himself. If it didn't suit him well, he could either get used to it or change it. Qinzong loved such a good sword. If he didn't want to change it, he would adjust it, even though it would take some time. The scabbard was also made of ebony wood, and it was inlaid with bronze decorations. It looked extraordinary and its value was naturally extraordinary as well. Chunzong, are you itching to get a good sword? Li Jinshe said to Chunzong with a smile. He stood up and walked to the center step by step as if he was taking a stroll. I also need a good opponent. Chunzong gently put down the scabbard, stood up, and walked toward Li Jinshe with his sword. The Li family was a family of swordsmen, and their swordsmanship was passed down from generation to generation. It was considered the best swordsmanship in the Fengwu city, and even the Yang family couldn't compare. Li Jinshe was a rare genius of the Li family, and he was also a genius in swordsmanship. Chunzong was naturally tempted. My sword is also a precious iron sword. Li Jinshe slowly unsheathed the sword. The sword light was clear and bright, like the reflection of autumn water. He looked at the sword in his hand with a gentle gaze, as if he was looking at his lover. His left finger gently tapped on the sword, and the sword trembled slightly, making a melodious sound. The length is 88 centimeters, the width is 7 centimeters, and the weight is 29 kilograms. My foundation building swordsmanship is called breeze. Please. Chunzong swung his sword a few times to get used to the sword in his hand. The cool breeze is always by my side. With a soft cry, Li Jinshe flew over like a gust of wind. He thrust out his sword. The sword light flickered as if it had turned into a gust of wind, blowing towards Chunzong. It seemed gentle, but it contained an astonishing sharpness. This sword already had a hint of transcendence, infinitely close to the arcane realm. However, being infinitely close didn't mean that he had reached it. If he wanted to truly take that step, it would be very difficult unless he had some kind of opportunity. The sword turned into a cool breeze. After the sword was shot out, it was everywhere. It was difficult to tell where the sword was. Only the cool breeze could be heard. Brushing willow. As the breeze blew, Chunzong's body swayed like a willow tree swaying in the wind. His sword moved at the same time as his body. As he swayed, he struck out with his sword. It turned from gentle to fierce in an instant, tearing the breeze apart. Li Jinshe had refined his blood qi 7 times and was almost done for the 8th time. His foundation was better than Chunzong's. However, the number of times he refined his blood qi had a lot to do with his foundation and future progress. It didn't have a significant impact on his strength. Moreover, Chunzong's swordsmanship was in the arcane realm. Even if the brushing willow swordsmanship was inferior to Li Jinshe's cool breeze swordsmanship, the gap between their realms could not only be closed, but also surpassed. Li Jinshe was born in a family of swordsmanship. He had been nurtured since he was a child. His talent in swordsmanship was also outstanding, and he worked hard enough. All in all, his swordsmanship was very brilliant. Even if his realm was not as good as Chunzong's, he would not be at a disadvantage. The sword was like the wind, circling and whistling. It was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes light, and sometimes heavy. Chunzong performed the brushing willow swordsmanship to the extreme. His body and the sword seemed to be a perfect combination, making people think that he was a willow tree swaying in the wind. Is this the brushing willow swordsmanship in the perfection realm? I think so, but I don't think so. Could it be? Some people had some guesses. They trembled and their faces changed. If their guesses were true, then Chunzong's talent in swordsmanship was too terrifying. You've practiced the brushing willow swordsmanship to the arcane realm. Li Jinshe's sword did not stop, but his voice was full of shock. He originally had some guesses, so he invited Chunzong to have a sword duel. He wanted to try it himself. It was true. It was indeed the brushing willow swordsmanship in the arcane realm. It was too shocking. It should be noted that the Li family was a family of swordsmanship. It had been passed down since the era of the kingdom. The two eras added together had a history of 600 or 700 years. The inheritance of swordsmanship was very complete, and the environment for swordsmanship was excellent. Li Jinshe himself was a rare genius in swordsmanship in the family. He had been nurtured countless times since he was a child, but until now, he had not been able to practice the cool breeze swordsmanship to the arcane realm. The Chen family was not a family of swordsmanship. Their specialty was the spirit of the tiger. Chunzong was just a branch family member, but he could practice the swordsmanship to the arcane realm. How could Li Jinshi not be shocked? I'll borrow your sword to reach the arcane realm. Li Jinshi thought to himself. He cleared his mind and concentrated on practicing the sword. He carefully felt the unique charm of Chunzong's sword. Brushing willow swordsmanship, residual shadow swordsmanship, eagle strike swordsmanship. The three swordsmanship that had reached the arcane realm were alternately performed under Chunzong's sword. All three swordsmanship have reached the arcane realm. Li Jinshi was shocked again. He had to clear his mind and adjust his swordsmanship again. The onlookers were all stunned when they found out that Chunzong's swordsmanship had reached the arcane realm, and three of them at that. To be able to train a foundational technique to the realm of subtlety was already a shocking feat, not to mention there were three of them. The onlookers were all geniuses of the younger generation. In terms of talent, they were not inferior to many of the older generation. They might even be better. However, none of them had practiced the foundation establishment martial art to the arcane realm. Chunzong was the first to do so. Three swordsmanship to the arcane realm. It was creepy. Yang Yigu's mouth was wide open. What a monster! He himself had only practiced the 7 styles of the drunken sword to the arcane realm. He did not know when he would be able to enter the arcane realm. The friend he had just made was actually Yang Yigu smiled bitterly. Li Jinshi was completely immersed in the breeze swordsmanship. He repeatedly attacked. Suddenly, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. The wind spiraled and seemed to merge into Li Jinshi's body and the sword in his hand. His body turned into a breeze, and his sword moved with him. Li Jinshi's eyes shone with a sharp light. His sword became lighter and faster, and the hidden sharpness was more obvious. It exuded a unique charm. The sword turned into a gust of wind. It seemed to be everywhere. It came from all directions and attacked Chunzong. Chunzong waved his sword. The sword light surrounded him and tore apart the gust of wind. Chunzong, why are you doing this? Li Jinshi stopped and stood with his sword in hand. He could not hide the joy on his face, but his tone was doubtful. Chunzong understood what he meant. When Li Jinshi planned to use his sword to break through the arcane realm, Chunzong had a feeling that he could take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Li Jinshi and prevent Li Jinshi from breaking through. However, not only did Chunzong not do that, but he also performed 2 other swordsmanship that had reached the arcane realm to help him. I didn't think so much. Chunzong smiled. Aren't you afraid that after my swordsmanship reaches the arcane realm, I will defeat you? Li Jinshi asked again. Chunzong only smiled and did not answer. I understand. Li Jinshi took a deep breath and showed a serious expression for the first time. I owe you a favor. However, you must be careful because the next time we fight, I will defeat you. Hearing Li Jinshi's words, Chunzong was not surprised. His expression was normal, but the others were shocked. When it came to favors, it depended on the person. Making an ordinary person owe a favor and making a rich genius owe a favor were 2 different things, especially when Li Jinshi was the young master of the wealthy Li family and the #1 genius. Not only is he open-minded, but he also has an unparalleled confidence. Tang Junhao said in a low voice. Only he and Tang Junluo could hear it. Tang Junluo also nodded in agreement. Even though they were young, they were born in noble families, and they were also young masters. They had been influenced by what they saw and heard since they were young, and they were much more mature than their peers. I didn't expect you to have cultivated 3 foundational swordsmanship to the arcane realm. Let's drink. Yang Yigu poured Chunzong another glass of wine. How did you cultivate? Chunzong did not refuse. Although the wine tasted bitter, after enduring it, the bitterness would end and the sweetness would begin. It had a unique flavor. I practice hard every day. If I have time, I will think about it. As I practice, I will break through. Chunzong said. This answer made Yang Yigu stunned. She almost choked on the bitter wine. Forget it, forget it. Everyone has their own opportunities. Yang Igu shook her head. However, when I have time, I will spar with you and see if I can use this opportunity to see the mysteries of the arcane realm. Anytime, Chen Zong smiled. Since you have cultivated your swordsmanship to the arcane realm, do you plan to continue? Yang Igu suddenly asked. Continue? Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable excitement emerged from the depths of his heart. He was full of anticipation. Could it be that there's a higher realm above the arcane realm? Did your master not tell you? Yang Igu was surprised. No, the Chun family swordsmanship is very ordinary. It is normal that you do not know. The arcane realm can be considered the end of a martial art. It can also be considered not, because there is indeed a higher realm above it, but it is somewhat different. Yang Igu thought for a while and did not know how to express herself. She looked at Li Jinshi and said, I don't know much either. However, that guy is from swordsmanship family. He should know. You can ask him. He will tell you. She looked at Li Jinshi. Li Jinshi happened to look at her and smiled at Chen Zong. Okay, I will ask Li Jinshi after the Rising Dragon Assembly. Chen Zong thought to himself. Once he thought that there was a higher realm above the arcane realm, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. He felt like his body was filled with energy. He could not wait to pull out his sword and start cultivating. Battle after battle, another person challenged Chen Zong. This person's cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. However, the other party also stated that they were only sparring to learn from Chen Zong's swordsmanship. Chen Zong naturally did not refuse. In terms of the realm of swordsmanship, Chen Zong was indeed better than these people. However, in terms of combat experience, he was obviously not as good. He could learn from their strengths and improve his own combat skills and experience. After a few consecutive battles, Chen Zong felt that his grasp of the rhythm of battle had improved significantly. Tang Junluo, it's time to fight me. Zhao Wangqing stood up again. His gaze was cold as he stared at Tang Junluo. Chapter 35. The long saber was unsheathed. With the saber in hand, the cold aura became even more intense. Tang Juanhao raised his golden spear and faced Zhao Wangqing directly. He was like a monarch sitting in the imperial court, unmoving. Chi! Zhao Wangqing slashed at Tang Junluo with a saber. It was as fast as lightning, tearing through the air. The saber radiance was dazzling and cold, making people shudder. The cold radiance arrived first, and the spear was like a dragon. There seemed to be a roar that reverberated endlessly. The golden spear pierced through the air as if it could pierce through everything. The cold and sharp saber, the fearless spear. If the Li clan was a family of swordsmen, then the Tang clan was a family of spears. Their foundation building martial art, the hidden dragon spear, was famous. On the other hand, the Zhao clan was a family of sabers. Their foundation building martial art, the 13 slashes, was famous far and wide. Flying dragon form, soaring dragon form. Tang Junluo slashed with his spear again and again. Each strike was extremely domineering. Zhao Wangqing's saber came one after another, each saber faster than the last, each saber sharper than the last, each saber sharper than the last. It could be seen that the two's spear and saber techniques had a hint of transcendence. It was a sign that they were about to surpass perfection and enter the realm of refinement. But like Li Jinshi, if there was no opportunity, it would take a long time to reach the realm of refinement. The martial disciple level was the best time to practice foundation building martial arts. Once a martial artist broke through and became a martial artist, the focus would shift to rank martial arts, which would affect the practice of foundation building martial arts. After all, a person's time and energy were limited. If they were too scattered, they would end up with nothing. However, at the level of martial artists, rank martial arts were the means to determine victory and defeat. It would temporarily deplete one's qi and blood, so it was destined not to be a conventional means of combat. Foundation building martial arts were still very important, and were often used as a conventional means of combat. Then, they would find an opportunity to use rank martial arts to determine victory. There were also some situations, such as using rank martial arts to defeat the opponent directly. Then, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. The realm of refinement was an extremely high level of martial arts. Without enough talent and opportunity, it would be difficult to reach it. The 13 slashes and the hidden dragon spear were performed to the extreme. The cold blade flickered, bringing about a series of cold blade lights, continuously chopping towards Tang Junluo. Tang Junluo held the spear with both hands, as if he had turned into a dancing golden dragon, shuttling back and forth in the cold wind. As they fought, the two of them used their martial arts to circulate their chi and blood power. Their strength immediately increased, and the power of the 13 slashes and hidden dragon spear art also increased rapidly. The 3 great clans and 5 great clans all had their own inherited cultivation methods. The inherited cultivation method of a Zhao clan was the red knife skill of the upper class of the human rank. It focused on chi and blood like a knife. The power of chi and blood cultivated would carry a kind of sharpness like a knife. When performing knife skills under the operation, there would be an additional effect. It could be said that the red knife technique was not only superior to the Chun family's fierce tiger technique in terms of grade, but it also had a certain amplification effect on the knife technique. It was very brilliant. However, the fierce tiger technique focused on chi and blood like a tiger and focused on momentum. This was something that the red knife technique did not have. The Tang clan's cultivation method of chi and blood was also of the upper class of the human rank. It was called the earth dragon technique. Like the fierce tiger technique, it focused on momentum. In addition, it could also increase the arm strength. Once performed, the power of the spear would also be increased. Good knife skills, good spear skills. Chunzong's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he could not wait to pull out his sword and fight with the two. Just now, the battle between him and Li Jinshi did not have a clear winner. Especially after Li Jinshi had cultivated the breeze sword art to the imperceptible realm, it was even more difficult to predict the outcome. After all, Chunzong's swordsmanship could be considered as a half-baked novice. If it were not for Chan Qian's guidance, he would not even be qualified to be invited to the Rising Dragon League, let alone compete with these sword geniuses. Li Jinshi was born in a family of swordsmanship. His talent in swordsmanship was in his blood. Since he was young, he had been influenced by the systematic learning and cultivation methods. No matter what, Chunzong could not compare with him. Even if Chunzong had 3 sword arts that had reached the imperceptible realm, Li Jinshi would definitely have his own methods. This was because he had the background of a noble family that Chunzong did not have. However, if they continued to fight, Chunzong was confident that he would not lose. Fight, fight, fight! Countless sparks flew, and the chi waves surged in all directions. Zhao Wanqing's saber was meant to be used as an offensive weapon. Saber after saber. The power of each saber was astonishing. Tang Junluo's spear was more comprehensive. Regardless of whether it was attacking or defending, there was a trace of power quietly condensing on his body. Suddenly, the power on Tang Junluo's body condensed to the extreme and exploded in an instant. Flying dragon style. The golden spear soared into the sky like a flying dragon, followed by another spear. This spear was Tang Junluo's most powerful spear. Azure dragon style. However, Zhao Wangcheng seemed to have been prepared. The 13th knife of the 13 cold blades slashed out fiercely. This knife concentrated all of his power and the power of the previous knives. There was no turning back once the knife was out. The azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was as if it was falling from the sky, wanting to sink the earth. The cold and sharp knife light shattered, and the azure dragon was also split in half. The knife and spear collided directly. The knife trembled slightly, and the spear bent. Tang Junluo shouted in a low voice. He slapped the bent spear with his palm, causing it to straighten. Under the impact of the second wave of power, the knife was shaken off. The golden spear swept out and hit Zhao Wanqing. Zhao Wanqing's face changed. His body trembled slightly, and his steps were quick. It was as if he had put his knife back into its scabbard, causing Tang Junluo's spear to miss. That step was the noble Zhao's graded movement technique, the bayonet movement technique. Today, your technique is better than mine, Zhao Wangchang said as he sheathed his knife. His tone was still cold. At this point in the battle, if he continued to fight, he would have to use graded martial arts. Knives and spears had no eyes. If he went all out and one of them was injured, it would be detrimental to the banquet. Shenzong, it's your turn. Come and fight with me. Tang Junluo had defeated Zhao Wangcheng. His aura had reached its peak. He pointed his golden spear with dragon patterns at Shenzong and shouted. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Shenzong. Okay. Shenzong looked calm. Before he came, he was already mentally prepared for this battle. In fact, he also wanted to fight with Tang Junluo again after he became a martial artist. This battle is the continuation of the battle that we didn't finish that day. Tang Junluo displayed the hidden dragon style. He was like a dragon hiding in the abyss. His aura was condensed and strengthened little by little. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. It turned out that Shenzong had already fought with Tang Junluo. They suddenly realized that Tang Junluo had challenged all the geniuses in order to break through his limit. They must have fought at that time, but it was strange that they didn't get the news. It seemed that the news was deliberately blocked. Maybe they didn't want to affect Tang Junluo's breakthrough. Shenzong held his iron sword and displayed the eagle strike swordsmanship. The eagle strike swordsmanship in the imperceptible realm made him look like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring. The spear was like a dragon. The sword was like a goshawk. The dragon's roar and the eagle's cry were so sharp that it almost pierced the eardrums. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Li Zhenshi and Zhao Wangcheng were the same. The hidden dragon spear style was displayed one after another. Its aura was amazing and swept in all directions. Eagle strike swordsmanship, residual shadow swordsmanship, willow swordsmanship. The three sword styles were displayed alternately. The sword light was continuous. Sometimes it was like a goshawk swooping down, sometimes it was light and shadow, and sometimes it was like a willow swaying. Fierce, chaotic, flexible, different styles were intertwined and performed perfectly by Shenzong. After watching and participating in several battles, Shenzong's battle experience had increased exponentially. His control of the sword style's application and rhythm had also improved. Sword light and spear wind. Sword cry and spear roar. With his iron sword in hand, Shenzong didn't have to worry about his sword being damaged. Shenzong, although your three sword styles have reached the imperceptible realm, it's still not enough to compete with me, Tang Junluo said as he attacked with his spear. He activated the Earth Dragon art and circulated his chi and blood. His strength soared and an amazing aura rushed out. Originally, when he broke through to the fourth level of the chi and blood realm, with his talent and the resources of the Tang clan, the strength of one arm increased to 1,500 gene. The Earth Dragon art could also increase his arm strength, so the strength of one arm exceeded 2,500 gene. When he used the hidden dragon spear style with a ratio of 2,500 gene, the power of each spear became even more terrifying. The spear was like a golden dragon that rushed out of the abyss and pierced through the clouds. Zhao Wangcheng's face changed. The power of this spear style was even more powerful than when he fought with him just now. At that time, Tang Junluo didn't even use his full strength. Thinking of this, Zhao Wangcheng's eyes became even colder. Under the absolute power, the wind brought by the waving of the golden dragon patterned spear was terrifying. It was like a storm that swept the surroundings, blowing everyone's hair and clothes. No matter how high your martial arts realm is, I can take down 10 with my strength. The spear was like a golden dragon, bombarding Shenzong with unparalleled power. The terrifying wind pressure almost suffocated Shenzong. Using the fierce tiger art, his chi and blood moved like a tiger. Waves of roars came from his body. The aura of the king of the forest burst out, and his strength increased. His arm strength reached 2,000 gene. After image. Whisking willow. Eagle shot. The power of the three sword styles suddenly increased. They shattered the golden storm and the golden dragon. But in the blink of an eye, another golden dragon formed and attacked with a gust of wind. Chunzong, show me your true strength. Tang Junluo roared with a fierce aura. Hearing Tang Junluo's words, everyone was shocked again. Show me his true strength? What did he mean? Could it be that Chunzong had never shown his true strength before? The three foundational sword styles had reached the tittle realm, but it still wasn't his true strength. Then what was his true strength? Could it be that he had used a ranked martial art? No. When Tang Junluo was a martial disciple, he fought Chunzong to a draw. That's why he knew Chunzong's strength. At that time, Chunzong didn't have a ranked martial art. Someone analyzed in a low voice. In other words, other than the three foundational sword styles that have reached the tittle realm, Chunzong may have mastered something stronger than the three foundational sword styles. Maybe it's also a foundational martial art, or maybe it's something else. Everyone felt that this analysis was very reasonable. Chapter 36. This chapter was written in one go. It was written in a carefree and unrestrained manner. It made one's blood boil. I wanted to draw my sword and polish it. As you wish. Chunzong's footsteps were fast as the crowd was surprised and expectant. Tapping, flicking, and sliding, he quickly retreated to the front of his seat. His left hand grasped the hilt of the sword lying quietly on the table, and his right hand drew a perfect arc inwards. A light sword chime was heard. It was the sound of the sword being sheathed and rubbing against each other. His footsteps staggered, his body lowered, his center of gravity in front, and his body leaned to the left. His left hand grasped the scabbard close to his waist, and his right hand spread open to the hilt. His eyes became extremely sharp, making people unable to look at him directly. Traces of indescribable sharpness gathered on Chunzong's body and spread out in an instant. His whole person seemed to have turned into a divine sword, whose sharpness was unparalleled in the mortal world. It gradually converged and hid in the scabbard, waiting for the moment when it was unsheathed to shock the world. The 8 moves of the real sword. Crouching sword move. What sword move is that? It feels so sharp. Exclamations were heard one after another. Yang Yigu, Li Zhenshe, and other sword practitioners almost stood up in surprise. They could clearly feel the unparalleled sharpness gathered on Chunzong's body. Unparalleled momentum and uniqueness. It was as if it was perfectly integrated with the sword in his hand. It was as if his whole body was a real sword, a sharp sword. Tang Junluo's eyes seemed to be bursting with golden light. With a low roar like a dragon, he moved the long spear with both hands and pierced through the air. It turned into a golden dragon and rushed out of the abyss, carrying unparalleled power and momentum. It blasted towards Chunzong as if it could shatter a mountain. A trace of sharpness burst out. His body trembled slightly, and his right hand opened wide to grasp the hilt. He drew the sword. The chime of the sword was melodious, as if it could linger for 3 days. The sharp sword light cut through the air, like the waning moon in the night sky. It was unprecedented. Sword drawing move. Under the fierce tiger martial arts, the power of qi and blood circulated, and the arm's strength reached 2,000 jin. The perfect realm of sword-drawing technique was tyrannical to the extreme. No matter how hard and sturdy you were, you would not be able to resist this sword. The sharpness of the treasured iron sword was pushed to the extreme, and there was nothing it could not cut. The golden Jiao dragon let out a mournful wail as its head was severed and dissipated into nothingness. Thanks to his fast, accurate, and steady cultivation of the 18 basic forms, as well as the fact that his 3 foundational sword arts had reached the realm of refinement, his mastery of the 8 forms of the true sword had improved, and he was even closer to the realm of refinement. His body undulated like waves. As he retreated and advanced, his aura was unstoppable, as if he was cutting through all obstacles and advancing courageously. There was no turning back. His aura was boundless. Charging sword form, Tang Junluo's spear vibrated, transforming into a soaring dragon. Soaring dragon style. However, the soaring dragon was defeated by the tyrannical impact of the charging sword style. It was invincible. What is that? Why is it so terrifying? Everyone around him was horrified. It was not that they were making a fuss, but Chunzong's sword art was too powerful. It was not inferior to the first level of ordinary sword arts of the inferior class of the human rank, and it was even more useful. After all, the foundational sword arts did not need to consume the power of qi and blood. Carefree and unrestrained. This was the feeling Chunzong brought by a good sword. It was as if he could cut down thousands of soldiers and horses with one strike. Who in the world can stop me? He thought to himself. Ring sword form. Cutting sword form. The gap in strength between the two sides seemed to be eliminated at this moment. Only the stunning sword light seemed to be able to pierce through and cut through everything. Tang Junluo clenched his teeth. No matter what, he didn't expect that Chunzong's sword art would be so terrifying. At the same time, he understood that Chunzong's improvement would be even greater than his. Chunzong's sword art was so terrifying that it was completely out of his expectation. But so what? I have the dragon spear in my hand. Who can break it? His belief rose, his momentum condensed, and became more powerful. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar coming from the sky, but it also seemed to come from Tang Junluo's body. To some extent, Tang Junluo had a slight transformation under the pressure of Chunzong's real sword form. Chaotic sword form. The sword light splashed, like butterflies flying through flowers, like a torrential rain, dense and continuous, as if endless, like a giant wave surging in the sky. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Tang Junluo held the spear with both hands and tried to resist, but he could not help but step back. As the sword and spear collided, an incomparably ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Countless sparks blossomed like shooting stars on a summer night, sprinkling endlessly in the eyes, causing people to be dazzled, their hearts to shake, and their blood to boil. Rapid sword form. A sword like the wind breaking through the sky, like a shooting star chasing the moon, seemed to come from the sky, through the dazzling flowers, through the mountains, and through the sun. A dot of cold light, like a shooting star, enlarged before Tang Junluo's eyes and filled the entire world, enlarged before the eyes of everyone, and stood aloof from the world. It was swift to the extreme. His arms swelled, veins bulged out like pythons, and his strength seemed to have surpassed the limit. His hands danced, and the spear was like a wheel that rolled and formed an airtight barrier. The tip of the sword pointed and withdrew, yet its strength instantly exploded out, causing the golden dragon spear in Tang Junluo's hand to tremble, and his arms to shake as he repeatedly retreated. His left foot took a heavy step forward, and his figure spun to the right with all his might. His right arm held the sword behind him like a drawn bow, and his left hand pointed straight at Tang Junluo. His strength surged up from the bottom of his feet like a whirlwind, and it passed through his waist and directly into his right arm. His right arm swelled up by his size, and his vital energy and blood were like lava that was about to gush out. Explosive sword form. The last sword form of the real sword form, the strongest sword form. This sword form seemed to be able to shatter enormous rocks, pierce through mountains, split the earth, and directly soar into the sky, pierce through the 9 heavens, pierce through the moon, destroy the moon, and sink the stars. Everyone felt a terrifying sharpness that seemed to want to shatter them into powder, and it caused them to be extremely horrified. Azure dragon form. Tang Junluo was facing the most direct and intense pressure, and his entire body was suffocating. He was on the verge of collapsing, but he was firm in his belief, and his strength exploded out. He let out a huge roar, and it was as if an azure dragon had come out of the sea to patrol the 9 heavens. The dragon spear was pushed to the extreme, and the dragon pattern on the spear emitted a bloody brilliance, as if it was about to transform into a flood dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The huge roar and the spear combined into one, and with all of his strength and might, he instantly broke through some kind of shackle and stepped into a whole new realm. Hidden Dragon Spear Art. Minute Subtlety. 1 Azure Dragon Form. I am invincible. This was the collision of the strongest attacks, and the victory would be determined by who would win. Sword and Spear, Sword Tip and Spear Tip. Explosive Sword Form and Azure Dragon Form. Collision. A sharp sound tore through the eardrums, and then nothing could be heard anymore. Countless sparks splashed in front of their eyes, and the colors faded, and everything became blurry and distorted. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After more than 10 breaths, a weak sound was heard, as if it came slowly from the horizon and became clear. The black and white in front of their eyes were dyed, and gradually became alive and restored to its original state. Chunzong took 5 big steps back, and his feet left 5 marks on the hard floor. His sword was trembling violently, and his right hand holding the sword was still trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked, and a trace of blood flowed down along the sword hilt. Tang Junluo's hands were empty, and his palms were scratched. Blood oozed out and dyed his palms red, and his hand was still trembling. The golden dragon spear was inserted into the back of the chair behind Tang Junluo, and the spear was swaying. But their eyes were still sharp and domineering. There was dead silence all around, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the swaying of the sword and spear could be clearly heard. After more than 10 breaths, other sounds were heard. Chunzong, you win this battle. Tang Junluo put down his hands behind his back and said heartily, "It should be me who wins." Chunzong admitted without hesitation. He sheathed his sword, grabbed a white cloth, and wiped the blood on the sword hilt. In the end, it seemed that they were evenly matched, but one of them had a sword in hand, while the other had a spear. Naturally, there would be a winner. Chunzong looked at the sword in his hand carefully. After such a collision, it was not damaged at all. It was indeed a treasured iron sword, and it made him unable to put it down. Wonderful! Tang Juanhao clapped his hands and did not hide his admiration. Even with his cultivation level of Qi and Blood Realm level 6, he felt that this battle was wonderful and impeccable, and it made his blood boil. The applause was very passionate. At this moment, no matter who it was, they let go of the grudges in their hearts, because they were all martial artists. The applause stopped. Chunzong, what is the name of the sword technique you used? Tang Junluo asked. Everyone pricked up their ears, and they were very curious. 8 forms of the true sword. Chunzong's tone was indifferent. 8 forms of the true sword. Everyone looked at each other. They had never heard of this name. Even Li Jinshi, the young master of swordsmanship family, had never heard of it. However, this did not hinder them. From now on, the name of this sword technique would be imprinted in their hearts forever, and they would never forget it. 8 forms of a true sword. Your sword technique could be called the unparalleled true sword. Tang Junluo said. It's far from enough. Chunzong said. He was not being humble, but he was speaking the truth. The competition of the Rising Dragon League was basically over. Chunzong and Tang Junluo applied medicine to their wounds to stop the bleeding. The crowd was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed and discussed their views and martial arts experiences. Thank you for the banquet. Goodbye. 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 All good things must come to an end. The Rising Dragon League had lasted for a long time, and it was time to end. Everyone stood up and said goodbye to Tang Junluo and Tang Junluo. Chunzong, I've enjoyed today's battle. However, I will fight you again in the future, and I will definitely defeat you. Tang Junluo looked straight at Chunzong and said word by word. He was not discouraged by the loss at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. I won't stand still. Chunzong smiled and waved the sword in his hand. Also, thank you for your precious iron sword. I like it very much. Tang Junluo, I'm very dissatisfied with today's battle. In the future, I will definitely make you use your full strength. Zhao Wangcheng said coldly. You can't catch up with me. Tang Junluo declared. Let's go, let's go. Do you want to find a place to drink? Yang Yigu patted Chunzong's shoulder and asked. Next time. Chunzong smiled and replied. He still had things to do. Drinking was not that important. Chunzong, remember, I owe you a favor. If there's a chance, I will challenge you again. Li Zhenshi said as he walked past. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.